And that's when you edit your character in Roll20.
Okay. So we are live now, guys. So I just want to welcome everyone to our first DaggerHeart episode where we're actually hosting Thistle, Bremia, Arave, Vaeryndel, Bryden, and Geller. And Geller is actually our newest player to our pen and paper rotation. Typically goes by Esling, so you might hear that name get dropped from time to time. Vaeryndel, Arave, Bremia, and Thistle actually introduced their characters on our last live stream. They talked a little bit more about their depths. I don't know if there's anything that you, Geller, or Ryden want to add about your characters that you weren't able to add in our last session of our session 0.
Nothing necessarily new.
Yeah, nothing
we
new.
have everything we need. Perhaps a little more clarification between my connection, Ryden, or Vaeryndel. I believe it was Ryden that we had a connection. We had seen each other in a battlefield and worked together at one point.
Yeah, I think we were mutually beneficial combatants.
So there was like skirmishes during the Sundered Pact that I think, hold on. Yeah. The Sundered Pact back in the year 97, that there was some confrontation between noble houses in Valmy. There was like ship combat. I think maybe our characters might have met on one of those skirmishes and were attacked by some bandits or a third party yet to be explained.
Yeah, I can work with that.
That's pretty much it.
Noticing that my notes from last time I had my character sheet have not been saved. Sorry, the journal entries.
What we might have you do, well, at the end of this session, just write them in a Google Doc, and then you and I could probably spend just a few seconds together before you go play Arc, so that way we could figure out your character sheet, because I think it might be because I'm hosting it and not you directly, so I think that might be the issue there.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, we can do that after.
Okay, just a second here, guys. I do apologize. It's like my demi plane actually kicked me out for some reason.
You're cutting on and out as well.
That's because I'm not holding down the talk button. Is anyone else having to log into their demi plane? Because mine's forcing me to.
Nope, my stuff's all working fine.
Yeah,
Mine
same
seems to
too.
be.
All good.
Now let me see if that works. Okay, phew. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there, but it apparently did not want to log me in. So I was like, oh no, that's going to be a problem. But we got it fixed. All right, so we're going to start this session off. You guys just arrived to Hearthvale via boat across the Narrows. You guys had a bit of a, I would say, brief encounter with one another. We had Thistle, who had a little bit of adventures with Geller, nearly being lifted by her britches very close to the railings. Vaeryndel almost interfered with that little mini conflict. You met Bremia, who has connections with Geller, and Geller has connections with Bremia, but also some brief connections with Raiden, and it was also Vaeryndel. Is that correct?
It might not have been Varela's at all.
Okay. And then I know Raiden and Vaeryndel have connections, but then Raiden and Thistle have had like prior past run-ins before. There was a few nicknames exchanged from Thistle to Raiden.
It was one exchange. This is it.
You're her Prince Charming, as we found out. And
One exchange that forever set her on a different course.
we had Arve and Thistle having their connection, and then Bremia having a moment with Arve's physical appearance being a concern for her, rightfully so. And that's where we are. You guys are just getting to port. All the deckhands are, getting your supplies, getting your stuff from under the belly of the ship. If you had much, if you did, probably have a lot on deck. If not, you probably were just handed them directly. But the morning sun does spill across Hearthvale. So as you guys get onto the docks, you're greeted and pretty much immediately with the village. You see that it's bathed in a soft golden light. And you see that there's lanterns that are just kind of swaying gently from a part of the celebration that happened the night before. The glass on their surface kind of catching the sunlight. Once in a while, if you look closely enough, you can see the scattering of tiny rainbows across the cobblestone from these like crystalline surfaces of these lanterns. You can smell the aroma of fresh bread, roasting meats, and sweet honey. It drifts very lazily through the air and across the docks. You can see when you're looking down the docks towards the main corridor that pretty much bisects this small town towards the center of it. You see like children in the distance kind of darting between tables and benches. You hear the faint, distant laughter of these kids. You see them have ribbons tied to their wrists, probably some sort of part of the festivities in some nature. You hear voices rise, you hear cheerful notes, you even hear like fiddlers and flutists somewhere within the town. You just hear faintly like the melody kind of playing in harmony with the mixture of like the murmurs and the high-pitched screams, and it's just a very festive environment. So there's a lot of sounds coming towards the wharf where you guys are. And that's where you guys are. You're at the docks. It leads pretty much towards right from the docks to the cobblestone. It's not a big port. It's not like a city. It's got maybe a couple bays for a couple ships. That's it. And it's got a lot of like little dinghies and stuff that are hitched to the wharf itself, probably just for small light fishing. But yeah, that's where you guys are. It's a single path right now, at least, to the town proper. What would you like to do?
I would like to follow my nose to the inn.
The inn's got a tavern. That's where Raiden's heading.
Or
Thistle
any.
is transformed herself into a chipmunk, and she is on Arve's shoulder.
Arve's going to tickle her belly a little bit. But then she's going to, well, two of the men are going forward. So she's just going to amble along behind them as best she can. She's just taking in the sights, looking back and forth. She gives a smile to Bremia, but doesn't expect her to get too close, understanding her apprehension. Otherwise, she would walk side by side with her. but she's heading towards the festival area itself.
Brimia smiles back at Arve. She's a few feet away. She glances at the chipmunk on her shoulder and kind of raises an eyebrow and then continues forward towards the music of the festival.
Everybody sees Brimia kind of look strange at the chipmunk. She mouths to her, excuse me. And she just mouths it, points to her and says, Thistle. And just keeps going.
What are you up to, Mr. Geller?
He says, what a lovely little town. Seems, little leisure is necessary among looking into other people. He looks toward, Arve, sort of speaking to himself, sort of Brimia nearby, and decides to follow both of them.
We got two
Arve
groups here.
skips a little bit because of the music starting to filter through, so she's going to start walking to the, or sort of skipping, like I said, to the music a little bit, hurrying along.
So we'll start with Varelis and Ryden's little scene there. The spotlight will shift to them here. And as you guys find your way through the town, you're going through the, you see how quaint it is. You see most of the houses have like this white finish to them. The roofs are like of a deep red tile. It's very, very quaint. They've got trees scattered in between the buildings and stuff. Very, very rural. In comparison to like the city that you most likely came from, one of the major ports. And as you get near the tavern, you actually hear someone at the front of the tavern, right, kind of almost blocking the door, and the door's shut behind him. And you just hear him say, "Try your hand at the ring toss behind the tavern. Winner gets the largest pie." He kind of yells with a giggle to his voice as two children kind of do a little circle around him before running off, chasing one another in like some, you can only imagine, game of tag or maybe another form of imaginative gameplay.
I'll push right past and just go for the inn. I'm just looking for food. The best food I can find.
Sure. When you go to push past, though, you realize the door's locked. He's like, "Good sir, business is closed for the day. Can't you see? Festivities are abound."
I'm literally just trying to follow my nose to food.
So once you get
Ryden will kind of chuckle and make his way over. My large friend is struggling with his people skills. Festival?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for food, obviously you want to get into the tavern. He points towards the courtyard. It's like, there's a bunch of food stalls right at the center of the town. Go feel free to have a look and a peer. But if you're really hungry, there is a pie eating contest that should be starting relatively soon. There's some prizes in store too if you happen to win.
That sounds more my speed. Start heading over that way.
Would Arve be within earshot of that by any chance?
Probably not. Those two kind of had a destination that they wanted to get to, so they probably sped ahead of you guys a little bit. You're at a larger group,
Okay.
so you're probably going at a slower
Right.
pace.
As Varela starts going towards that direction, I kind of follow in his wake, half chuckling.
So, yeah,
Gotta
why
keep
don't you
telling
guys
them.
have
Sorry,
you
take it.
guys roll something here for me? Can you roll a instinct roll for me? We'll say it's a DC of 10. Not very hard. So a hope and
I'm a
a fear.
14 with fear.
Nice. So you both succeed. When you get closer to the center of the town, you can see like the multiple tables. There's vendors selling like large muffins, probably more, farm related flavors. There's even a beer vendor. He's giving out like mugs of beer, taking a bit of money for him in exchange. But you guys hear, as you're like starting to get into the center of the festivities, you hear an older man speak. He's sitting at like a bench just off to the side. It just sounds like maybe some murmurs of rumors. Maybe you'll probably hear throughout the day, I'm sure. But he says to his fellow friend who's sitting on the bench, there's like two old men sitting on the bench just kind of watching life move by. And he's like, some of those far fields are showing some strange patches. Odd blackened spots, they say. Though it's probably just the frost from last week. Indeed. Really? Interesting. I'll have George go take a look at those later today. I wouldn't bother. Let him have fun today. You're probably right. And when you look at them closer, you realize they're twins, and vocally they have like this weird twin synergy going where they almost sound identical. It's kind of creepy, but yeah. Rumor, something you're hearing, little pass-bying. And then as you guys approach, a vendor looks at Borellis like, you look like a man that can eat.
That I can.
Would you like to make a deal with me?
State your terms.
No, I'm looking for a competitor to eat in my stead. What say you? I'll even pay you a little extra if you happen to win.
You pay the entrance fee?
Absolutely. Actually, it is free to enter. It is endorsed by the town, but let's just say I have some side bets, and I really need a champion in this endeavor to maybe make up for some misfortunes I've had earlier on in the day.
5% of your winnings.
I was going to give you half, but sure, 5% is fine.
No, I'll take half.
Very well.
I was going to say your extra winnings.
I mean, word of advice, you might be tall and very brawny, but always let a gentleman offer you their bet first. That way you have a better way of haggling. He kind of chuckles.
Yes, yes.
Is your friend going to be joining you?
I'm covered riding.
Quiet type, I guess, huh? He's looking at you, Raiden.
Sorry, I missed that.
Will you be joining your big friend here?
In the competition? No.
Really? Shame. Well, will you be betting in favor of your friend?
He looks over at Borellis. Kind of pauses. Undecided.
Okay. Well, the pie eating contest will be happening probably here in about a couple minutes. Basically 2 turns. So everyone will have an action here, basically, before that comes up. He's like, why don't you head over to the table, just express your interest, and they'll set aside a spot for you, and just keep your ears open for that announcement.
Roger. And he'll start heading towards where the next pie eating contest will be, and he'll loosen his belt 2 rungs.
All right, so we got 2 counter on the pie eating contest. Great. Raiden, are you going to go and join the crowd at least at the pie eating contest?
Yeah, he's gonna go to the crowd, but as Borellis takes his seat, he'll kind of head over to him and be like, Remember, eat the pies, not the people. And then you
That
kind
happened
of give him
once.
a pat on the back of the shoulder.
Yes, they all look very, very weak.
So as you guys are getting settled at the pie eating area, the rest of you guys, as you're walking through the town, I will also have you guys roll a instincts roll for me, just to see if you perceive just general happenings around you. I will give you the same DC of 10.
I forgot where to find that.
Holy.
22 with fear.
Damn. Coming out of the gate hard there.
Oh, there we go.
Mine did good. Ah,
Excellent, guys. Thank you. So, three of you guys, Thistle, Bremia, and Geller, you guys all hear as you're kind of just meandering about. You hear laughter coming off to your left. It's a female. She's throwing. You can see her throwing beanbags into like it's basically a cornhole. She's just throwing the beanbag into the holes on this board, and you hear her laughing, going, "Oh man, those oxen near this cliff, they were restless last night, twitching and snorting more than usual. Just nerves, I'd say." And then the lady next to her, probably a little older, she's like, "That is a little strange, a little odd, especially for this type of gameplay that we're having. That's such a weird thing to say." She's like, "I know, but I had to share it with somebody because I thought it was like just odd. Last night, watching this oxen go near the cliffs and just like snort at nothing. It's weird. I guess so. My turn? Yeah, yes, here it is. Your turn." She steps back and the other one throws like these black bags, these black, like stained, like they're made out of like some sort of rough, coarse material, and she starts throwing her bags. In the distance, you can hear pie eating contest starting very shortly.
Hervé hears the pie eating contest and she pokes Thistle.
Thistle hears the thing and her interest is, she's listening to these people. But as soon as she hears pie, she's like, "Pie? Shroomy, there's pie. We need to head in that direction as soon as possible." But then she also, she kind of shifts. "But there's something particular happening around here. We'll have to talk about it soon. But first, the pie."
Okay, first the pie.
And she kind of has her little tail like wiggling, and she points her little chipmunk hands in the direction where the person said there was pie in contact, like, "Go, go, go."
So Hervé starts skipping off that way because she's still dancing to the music in the area. But she's going as fast as she can to get there for Thistle.
It's
seem to
Geller.
be in a hurry.
Indeed. You heard that, right? Brimmy is talking to Geller. You heard them talking about something strange?
Something about the oxen. They are acting strangely around the cliffs at sea. Might have something to do with the currents changing.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm gonna go see if I can find them. Brimmy's gonna look around to see if she can find the women that were talking and playing the game.
They are literally like maybe 10 steps from you, to your left. So as Arave and Thistle kind of like speed up towards the center of the square, you guys are not even at the center yet. they're kind of like in a side, like it's almost an alleyway that leads into like a small fenced in like backyard almost. But it's not quite a backyard. It's more like an area set for like public, you know, congregation basically. And yeah, you see these two ladies just playing cornhole.
Vermia would turn to the left and walk towards them and kind of see if she can get their attention and ask if she can play a game.
Oh, well, we're just practicing the big events coming up shortly, and we just want to make sure we're at our best, you know, loosen up a bit. And the one that's talking kind of does like this chicken kind of motion with her elbows, but not really. It's kind of like she's rotating her shoulders while also like flapping her elbows when she says that.
Oh, okay. Do you mind if I watch then? Maybe I can pick some things up from watching you play.
I don't know. You could be competition. Want to give our competition an edge? The other lady's like, "Oh, hush."
The other walks up behind them, or behind Bremy. It's like, "Oh, we could compete here as sort of a practice. Teams of two."
Okay, I guess we could do that. So you two against us?
He looks at Bermia.
Yeah, sure. We could try. We could use the practice, and you never know. We might be good at it.
I don't know. The other one that didn't do the motions with her arms looks to Geller, and then she looks to her friend. She's like, "I think we've got this." She's like, "Okay, all right. Well, you want to do a friendly wager then?"
Indeed. If we win, perhaps you can give us some more information about events that have been occurring around here. If you win, get my coin real quick, make sure I can even give anything. I'll give you the handful of coins I have.
Deal.
Brimia kind of raises her eyes at that amount of money, but doesn't say anything.
So what we'll do here, they offer you to choose which color you'd like. There's a white bag and a black bag. They're both stained in like, you know, with flower pink stuff to make them look like those colors. And they're like, "Go ahead, choose your poison."
Brimia is going to look to Geller to lead this since he suggested the game.
So they're just different colors we're choosing.
Yeah, they're just different colors.
I guess we'll grab the black one. Just his glasses. Takes a good look at it. These will do.
Brimia starts stretching her arms above her head and back behind her back, like she's limbering up.
Which of you would like to throw first? We all get at least 2 throws each.
Go for it, Geller.
Guess I will.
Okay, so to do this beanbag toss, you will do a dexterity check for me. So for us, that would be your finesse. You could do, finesse, because you're going to do controlled.
Dex technically, I think would be agility, right? And finesse is more technique.
I'll give you an option here then. You could do agility, which you can use for throwing, or you could do finesse for control to try to get him into the hole. So whichever you prefer.
got a better bonus for finesse. So that's what I will do.
Nice. And with hope. Good job. Yeah, you throw this, your bag flies through the air and it goes right through the hole. Lady's like, huh, are we being swindled right now? I don't know. I did not expect... She pauses because she was about to say dwarf. I didn't expect him to be able to throw that well. Neither did I.
When Geller makes the tosses it in, Brimia just has a real quiet yes and kind of pumps her fist.
And they look towards you still going like, well, you still got one more throw. Let's see how lucky you are.
And that's Geller's second throw.
Yeah, that'll be Geller's second throw.
I'm going again.
Yep. Oh my god. Yeah. Ladies are like, oh my lord. For such a small man, you certainly have a earthy throw. She's like, oh, you, stop.
I am perfectly normal human height.
Sure.
He looks prideful, standing up pretty straight and just adjusting his glasses again, brushing off his chest.
Brimia rolls her eyes and says, you really shouldn't underestimate people.
Well, I mean, usually height typically associates with strength, and I'll be honest, we thought this was going to be an easy win. I guess it's my turn. She's like, yeah, you've got this. All right, so she's going to do her 2 throws. First throw is she manages to get it in the hole. Second roll here. She gets both. You watch her just throw her, run after another. She's like, I've been practicing all morning. I got both in. It's 2 for us and 2 for you. She looks towards you, Bremy. I guess it's your turn, miss.
Yep, guess it is. And Bremy is going to use finesse as well. She's going to add 1 from her Know the Tide token.
Wow,
It's a crit.
is a crit.
It is a crit. Yes.
So there's 2 holes on this board, and you happen to get into this tiny, tiny hole that no one seems to be aiming for. And like, oh my god, 2 points. Jesus Lord. All right, well, throw your next one.
Gonna do the same thing since that was with... Wait, that's not fear because that's a crit. Okay, never mind.
Correct.
At least it's with hope.
Why did you describe, do you throw it further than the board, or do you like come up short?
So Brimy is a little overconfident after making that critical hit in the last one. And so she kind of tries to show off a little bit, like winds her arm back and goes to throw it. And it just slips out of her hand right before it reaches the point where she meant to release it and falls way short.
One of the ladies giggles. She's like, stop. She got in this tiny hole. I know. 4-2. I guess it's on me to get this. I have to get both now. Sheesh. Steps up, and she's gonna make her throws here. Oh, she fails. And you watch with that throw, she tosses it, but she like overcompensates and it goes past the board. And she's like, well, I guess you two won. What can we help you with?
Well, we're new to this island, and while we're excited about the festival, it sounded like there might be some concerning things, and we just want to know what's going on around here.
Oh, what's concerning? It's a beautiful day out.
Yeah, the weather is just lovely, but I could have sworn I heard you say something about oxen and a cliff.
Oh, it's just the silly things. Animals act like animals sometimes, and I just couldn't help it last night. I was peering out the window and I saw the silhouette of the oxen up along the cliffs, and I cracked my window open and I could hear a low guttural moaning coming from them. It was really strange. I shrugged it off because, well, I mean, oxen sometimes can act strange and weird. I mean, they're typically fond of cliffs, so the fact that it was near the cliff made it even stranger, but, I mean, it's just an animal.
Question, would it be clear what cliffs they're referring to without us asking?
Not really pointing, but there are cliffs, so when you guys came into port, you saw like that whole side of that island along its coast had like these sheer cliffs, and then they kind of taper off into like smaller like slopes into where the wharf is connected to. So it's like the cliffs actually form a natural wall around this island up until the wharf. So like the wharf acts like a natural gate, like literally constructed by the environment itself.
So Brimmy would ask, um, where, which cliffs were you talking about? Oxen can be really sensitive animals. You never know, there might be something around that.
You could tell them. Oh, I guess I can. Yeah, towards that direction. She's kind of like doing a weak hand gesture with her wrist, pointing towards like the west portion of the farms, and you see that there's just fields of farms and large pens, and in those like large like fenced in areas, you see like cow in one, you see oxen, a few oxen mixed in with them, and then in another like field, you see like a couple horses running around. But beyond the pens, there's a cliff, and the oxen's pen goes pretty close to the cliff. It's still walled off by like wooden fences, very strong wooden fences, but they're close enough where the ox could probably get up to the fence to at least peer towards the cliff edge.
Well, I appreciate you talking to us, and it was a really enjoyable game. I mean, best of luck at the festival.
Yeah, I hope you won't be participating.
We shall see.
Brimmy just shrugs.
That was rude. I know, but they're good.
I have a couple other questions.
Yes.
Have you heard anything going on with the water around the island?
I mean, some of the sailors comment about how the fish are acting strange. But it might have something to do with how the currents are working. I mean, if you live on this island, you know water only typically goes one way in the Narrows. And for it to go the counter direction, I mean, some people might say it's an omen. I just say it's nature being nature.
Is there anyone you know I can talk to more on the subject?
Maybe. I mean, you could always talk to the sailors at the docks. the there's the wharf master. Master. I think it's such a lofty title for such a quaint dock, but there's always his house next to the wharf. Is there anything else we can help you with?
That is all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. And when you guys finish this conversation here, pie eating contest is now starting. Who's approaching? You see this guy step forward with a clipboard, and he's like, all right, anyone that's participating, please step forward, give me your name, and how many pies would you like to try to conquer today?
Vaeryndel Orvain.
Oh.
Stand near him.
Is small. He's like 5'7" compared to you, and he looks up to you. He first looks at your stomach because it's right in his face, and then he looks up and he's like, well, aren't you a big one? You said it was Vaeryndel, right?
Correct.
How many pies would you like, sir?
More than the others.
More than the others. Looks at his list. Well, you're the first one on my list. He looks around. A lot of people are hesitant to even step forward with you stepping forward, and they're like, I guess you'll have to set the bar, sir.
Is it timed or numbered?
It's timed. You will have about a minute to eat as many pies as you can.
Just keep feeding them to me. I'll do as many as I can to set a record.
Wow. Okay. We will mark you down for 10. They are big pies, after all, and no one's ever eaten more than 5. The guy walks up. Sir, I think you meant 5 minutes? Oh, yeah, it's 5 minutes. But 10, we'll start with 10. And if you get close to that 10th one, we'll bring some more. How's that?
That will work for me. I'll go stand near the end of one of the tables. I won't sit down.
Yeah, so once he puts your name down, this little boy comes up to you and goes, all right, sir, this way. And he kind of like does this like proud, like little imaginative soldier walk. And he's like, all right, sir, you're going to take seat number 1. You can sit down and ready yourself for the competition.
I'll do the Riker over the chair and sit down.
Okay, I know what that is. That's funny. Next!
Thistle's on Arve's shoulder, and as they say next, she's gonna be like me as she's like on her shoulder, like bouncing up and down.
Orve is gonna whisper over to her, you might want to get into your people form.
Thistle's like, right, and she jumps off of Arve's shoulder, and she kind of approaches still, but then she shifts back into her normal form, and it looks very it looks like the chipmunk is like running around in circles, and then poof, there's Thistle, her like ringy, wirely red hair, and her staff just at her side, and she just looks up to this person, and she's just like, I would like to sign up for this pie eating contest. My name is Thistle Bramblefoot.
So the guy was shocked by Vaeryndel' height, right? Well, he looks at you doing this whole like literally like cat scattering movement before you change into your form, and he goes, oh wow, you are, this is gonna be the strangest pie eating contest we've ever had. What was your name again? I got completely distracted by whatever that was.
Hey, excuse me. My name is Thistle Bramblefoot.
Okay.
She kind of brushes herself off.
Thistle Bramblefoot. He writes your name down. He's like, I really hope you're not an actual animal, because that might disbar you from this competition.
What? No, no, no. I am not an animal. Well, most of the time. I am a druid, as they call them.
Hey, Bobby, come over here. You see this like chubby guy come over. He's wearing like a chef's hat. He's like, is this against the rules? Oh, I have no idea. This is the first time I've ever had a squirrel person come up and want to join the pie eating contest. It's like, well, we'll make an exception and we'll play this by ear.
And Thistle smiles real brightly and says, "Thank you kindly." And then she just prepares to shuffle herself over to one of the seats.
Yeah, the little boy comes up. He's like, hey, can you teach me to be a squirrel? As he's kind of like, he literally just grabs your hand. He's like, follow me.
And Thistle just kind of giggles. She's like, "It was not a squirrel, hun. It was chipmunk. They are very different. I've been a squirrel time or two, and you just don't even know the difference until you've been one."
He looks at you wide-eyed. He's like, I'll take your word for it, ma'am. You'll be sitting next to this guy. And he points to Varellis, who's like, even sitting, he towers over you.
And Thistle looks over at him and gives him a little squinted stare, and she's like, "Ah, you're the one who passed gas in my face. I remember you very well."
I turned where you were, just happened to be there.
"Yeah, it's all right. It smelled like you needed some good pie as well."
Too much protein makes the stomach bubbly.
"Boy, do I know it." And she just rubs her stomach and she looks at the table that they're at, and she's like, "I am prepped and ready." She just kind of stoutly waits.
The boy runs away, and then the announcer goes, all right, well, we got two for the pie eating contest this round. Do we have any other takers? There's prizes, either coin or something special in the store that comes off the coast of Ardenfall. Very special to these parts. Any takers?
Arve raises her hand.
This poor guy. He looks at you and he's like, oh my God. Okay. Ma'am, mushroom lady, what's your name?
Arve Fenfear.
Arve Fenfear. He's like, Bobby, please come here real quick. That big chubby guy comes back and he's like, he looks at you, he's like, I don't know if this is against the rules or not. Announcer looks at you, he's like, this, ma'am, is going to be momentous for our little town here. I got you marked down. Why don't you just follow the kid to the table?
Thank you. Of course, nobody knows that in Arve's mind, she's just doing it because it's free food. She doesn't figure she's going to win against Thistle.
Little kid takes her hand. Kid's not shy at all, but you watch in the crowd, like the mother's like, no, don't do that. But the kid ignores the mom. He's like, so, I never met a mushroom person before. I wish you the best of luck. And he kind of guiding you to the seat next to Thistle.
She gives his hand a little squeeze, just gentle, showing that she appreciated the fact that he was being friendly. And she said, well, thank you very much. I hope you have a good day too. And thank you so much for being so friendly. And she reaches in her little pouch and she pulls out a little, it looks like a mushroom, but it's just like a little token. It's one that she had actually whittled instead of plucked off of her. So it's a little wooden mushroom. And she gives it to him.
He takes it and he's like, well, gee, ma'am, thanks. I gotta go. I gotta get ready. Hopefully, there's gonna be more competition. It's gonna be a good one, I think. And he kind of runs off. Now it's just like, is there any other takers? He looks at the three of you guys like he's got that expression on his face like, I don't think anyone's gonna want to challenge you three. But he looks at the rest of the crowd he's like, any other takers? Last call.
Is Raiden out there in the crowd?
Raiden is out.
Yep, he's out in the crowd. Oh no.
Okay, Thistle's gonna look and squint her eyes and say, "Oh, knight in shining armor, there's some pie over here," and she's waving her hands toward him.
The crowd looks at you, Raiden.
He kind of looks around, like darts his eyes left to right, and then kind of kicks dirt and looks straight at the ground.
And she's gonna continue. You don't want to miss out on a free meal?
No, I'm okay. Best of luck to you.
She's gonna be like, "Aw, well, you got a nice figure anyway." And then she just goes back to just kind of smiling and chuckling over with Arve.
You really love teasing that poor man, don't you?
And Arve's just gonna smile. She's like, "It's just been so nice to me. Just a sweetie pie."
Geller, having heard
Okay.
what has the crowd cheering and the commotion, goes to see what's going on. He knows that the RV had gone that way, so he's going to go see if she's participating. How the fungal person eats food. And as he's like making his way through the crowd, he sees Raiden for a moment. Thinks about going to stand next to him, shakes his head, just stays where he is in the crowd.
Brimia also makes her way towards the festival and the pie eating contest. And when she gets there, she looks at all the contestants and she just sighs real big because there's the size disparity and like the amount each person can eat. It's just, it seems so obvious to her, and she's just kind of over the competition as soon as she sees that.
Sir gives one more sigh. This is probably the lowest populated table that he's ever had at a pie eating contest before. It's like, last call. Any more contestants?
And she whispers over to Arve, "I wonder if he expects some more. I mean, I got some frog friends I could call on if he really needs some help."
Oh, I know he's probably expecting more people, though, not frog friends. I think we might have discouraged a few with you and your pie eating love, and then Varela's over here that being so big. And then of course me, and she holds up her hands, and the mushroom skirting drapes off her shoulders and a little bit off the back of her arms. She says, maybe I should have sat this one out.
And Thistle just winks at her and says, "Don't be so silly. We have just shifted the competition in our favor, you see. They think we won't win, but we got a secret weapon." And she just pats on her stomach.
Now everybody starts looking around for a bucket. Though she knows the capacity of Thistle's stomach when it comes to pies.
All right. Well, the announcer goes,
Geller
well,
is gonna send his water familiar out.
to the announcer?
Yeah. Starts just floating around in front of him happily.
Did someone lose a pet? Whatever this thing is, please get it away.
That's your next contestant.
Sorry, only humanoid beings. Reached our limit with strangeness today.
Oh well. Calls him back.
You, sir, you could participate. They need another small person up there.
You are the third person today to, to discriminate me against my height. I don't think so.
I don't think it's discrimination. I mean, look at the table. Maybe your presence, being an average of between this gentleman over at the end and the tiny lady in the middle. Average out the height here.
His stomach
They
growls.
should be. Oh, go ahead, Geller.
His stomach growls. Groans. Fine. Steps up.
Thank you. At least we'll have 4. What's your name, sir?
Rykard.
Rykard. Okay, we'll mark you down, Rykard. How do you spell Rykard?
Reighkard.
That must be a dwarven name, because that's a hard one to spell. But we got you on the board. Kid, come here. He looks at you like, all right, well, I guess you're going to go sit at the 4th slot. Come follow me. And he plops on like a little soldier and points at the seat empty next to Arve.
Goes over. He actually takes off his coat best he can, and then puts it on the back of the chair and sits down.
All right, well, that's it. Pie eating contest is on its way. Bring out the pies, and you watch 5 pies be placed in front of each of you for the first round. He's like, okay, so how we've decided we're going to do this, we're going to change the rule a little bit. Instead of it being timed, we're going to determine how much pie you can eat before you, well, bring out the buckets. And they bring out buckets and place them next to each of your stools until you, well, have to let them out. Are all of you ready?
Yes.
Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Aye.
All right. Well, you all may begin. So, what you guys will do here, this will actually also be a nice little finesse, because you're going to be trying to control your stomachs. This will be broken into 3 stages of difficulty. The first difficulty will be easy. It'll be just a 5 you have to beat for the first 3 pies. So go ahead, do your rolls, and then describe how you eat based on your roll. The DC, like I said, is 5 for this first 3.
Do you want us to go in order of how we're sitting?
No, just roll.
14 passes with fear, and he'll jam the first pie down his gullet, and it just kind of spreads on his cheeks a little bit.
So with hope. Nice. Arve, you pass. That's good.
Yep, she passes with hope. And
For-
she,
go-
oops, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, continue.
Oh, no, Thistle went before I did, so that's my mistake.
No, you're fine. Thistle's just, she's eating her fill, and she's, I guess for the smallest person up there, she's still, eating just as quickly and keeping up with the others. So she just seems like she's having a great time. She's got a smile on her face almost all the time when she's not downing some food.
Arve picks up her first pie. She's a little too dainty, so she's going a little bit slower than the others, but she manages. Now, is this the first 3 pies, or is it just one pie?
You're doing them all in like sets. So it'll be, the first roll was for 3 pies.
So she's slower than the others, but she still gets all 3 pies down, and she's just enjoying herself and looking around for a napkin to wipe her face off with after the last pie.
There are no napkins.
She uses her tongue, which is actually a little bit longer than a normal wood elf's would have been because of her disfiguration. So she's able to lick most of her cheek off, get most of it mostly clean then. And she sits there neatly waiting for the rest.
Geller, how's your pies go down?
That's a crit, right?
Yeah, so we're gonna say you took you took a fourth pie with that crit. So you actually got 4 down.
Okay. Did they provide us water?
There's water jugs on the table, yeah. So we'll say that there's cups in front of you too that are already filled with at least water to start.
So Geller probably would be just as slow as Arve, but paced well. And what he would do is he'd take mouthfuls of pie and then drink water with it to sort of dissolve it in his mouth before he swallows.
So the announcer goes, "It looks like they all got down 3 pies except for the dwarf. He looks like he's got 4 pies for the dwarf." he corrected course there. All right, on 2 for you guys. This one will be a difficulty of 10, which is considered easy in the system. This is for your next 3 sets of pies. They bring out more pies because Geller actually went into his second set, so they even bring more pies now. So there's 3 more pies on top of the table. Each of you.
Arve actually gets her next 3 down fairly easily at a decent pace, but she gave up being quite as dainty as the first time around. And she kind of looks over at Thistle and she says, I wonder what these are. They don't taste like blueberry or blackberry. What do you think, Thistle?
Thistle's just like chowing down. She's like, they are, And she's kind of, her face is all dirty because she hadn't taken any chance to like clean it off. As she's chowing down, she's just like, some kind of mixed berry, perhaps. It definitely ain't one of them Applebrook pies, though. That's for certain. She just continues eating as she finishes her next set of pies.
And I will have jammed another one down in my face, and half of it fell on the table. So I picked it up with my hand and shoved it back down my gullet. That is with fear.
Perfect.
Are we supposed to be marking down our hope?
Every time you get hope, you should be marking down hope.
Oops.
Oopsie.
I've been marking down my fear. Thistle and Geller, how'd your pies do?
So I failed, right?
Yes. With your failure, I'll have you roll another finesse just to see if you keep what you have in your stomach this round. So you'll kind of fall behind the group.
Okay.
Oh, you do fine. So that's great.
Okay.
So you could describe not being able to eat these next 3 pies. So.
His tactic is proving to not be as fast as he wants it to be, so he tries to just eat the pies normally. And at one point he starts having a coughing fit from the dryness.
So that would be, we got 6 for the small person in the middle between Vaeryndel and Arve. They both have 6 as well. And the dwarf has fallen behind by his coughing fits. He's still at 4. Great. Thistle, do you want to describe how your pie eating went?
Yeah, she's been keeping her pace up pretty well, and she's kept up. She just, again, just kind of the same as first. She's just kind of happy-go-lucky as she's chowing down on these pies, and she's really not focused as much on anyone around her unless Arve's speaking to her, and she's just focusing on enjoying each one. And she's just like licking her lips. She's trying to enjoy each one. She's eating quick, but she's like savoring the flavors.
Awesome. All right. So he goes, all right, bring out more pies. Woo! The crowd starts cheering all around Raiden and Bremia as they're getting into it now. They're really enjoying the fact that you all are very interesting people. So it's making it even like it's like a wrestling match for them, basically. And they bring out more pies. This round, it's going to be an average difficulty of 15 now. This time, if you do fail your roll, your next roll will be at disadvantage. And if you fail that one, you'll probably be out. So,
Can I use my experience with the Tri-Village Best Built Lad 10x rating champion? Because this is a competition.
describe how that experience... Oh, yeah, I guess you just did. So, yeah, you absolutely can. Totally give you that.
Did you say this one was at disadvantage if I failed?
If you fail, yeah. For anyone. So I'm not going to have you do another finesse roll. What I'll have you do next round will be a disadvantage roll.
I failed with hope.
So you got hope, so that's good. Ooh, you just got that, Thistle. Arve, you failed too, and Geller comes back. Nice, all right. Thistle with 3 more pies. Ellis got short on that one, so maybe busy flexing his muscles or something.
Correct. He's overshowing the crowd and misses the pie.
Thistle's skin just won't join in, but she pats her tummy this time, taking a moment. She's like, these things are delicious. Must give my compliments to the chef.
Arve gets distracted. She reaches over and pats Thistle's tummy. Just out of second nature. For the two of them having been together for about 10 years now. And then she realizes she got behind. She only ate 1 or 2 of her pies, but not all 3 or any of them because she was too distracted.
Geller goes back to his tried and true method with the water.
All right, the announcer goes, oh, this competition's getting stiff now. At the very end, we've got Vaeryndel. He's got down 6 pies. Then we got the little Thistle next, who's got 9 pies down. The crowd's like shocked. And Raiden, you can hear someone on the right of you go, I don't know how her petite form can hold so much in that little stomach. And right next to her, the Lady of Shrooms, Sarve, she is at 6. And then the dwarf with the beard, he's got 7. It's neck and neck with Thistle and the dwarf, and the rest, hopefully they could catch up. Bring out more pies. More pies are brought out. This difficulty will be a 20, and anyone that failed last roll, you will roll at disadvantage. So it'll automatically add a d6 and then minus your subtract on your roll.
Failed with hope.
Filled with hope.
Oof. Failed with.
Announcer, I'll let you guys describe this because this will probably be the last round because I don't know if you guys will actually be able to beat the next difficulty tier anyways. So go ahead and describe. You don't have to necessarily throw up. Maybe you just had enough. Maybe you've got your fill. You could do something comedical, or you could just kind of stand up and walk away. Whatever you decide. I'll let you guys describe like your round this round.
Gillo decides he's done and sort of sits back in his chair, patting his belly. He looks over to Arave, curious what her actions are.
Arve, she's trying to eat the next pie, but for some reason, the flavor, there must be either sour, whatever, or something about the flavor just does not agree with her. And you can see her nose just curling because she's got normal facial features. And she just pushes the pie away. She shakes her head. And that's the end of her for this.
Verlos will slump down under the table, throwing his left arm out, and just keep trying to put in pie. He has a hard time giving up.
It's interesting.
She's gonna step up and she's gonna stand on the chair. She's not gonna eat anymore, but she's right now got the most pies. And she's just gonna look at her friend Arve and then look to the dwarf who walked away and then look to the big man Varellis. And she's gonna look up to him kind of confidently and she's like, "Can you beat me, sir?"
I will try. Seems like I'm fading, so this might be a losing battle.
Probably the beer you had on the ship or something.
Too many early pies.
All right. Well, the announcer goes to the table. He starts counting all the empty pie plates, and then he actually his eyes go wide. He's like, "Well, in a very shocking turn of events, Thistle, you're the winner."
Thistle smiles wide. Her mouth is just a mess with all the pie insides. And she kind of puts her hands on her waist all confidently, and she says, "Yeah, no doubt, Thistle Bramblebrook, oh my God, Jesus, Thistle Bramblefoot can eat as many pies as even the greatest of men." And she kind of looks over to Varellis and she gives him a pat on the shoulder. "You did good, my friend."
Thanks. And when she did, is there a prize that's been given?
He's actually goes, "All right, Thistle, sorry, I don't know where my tongue was on that. You have a choice. You can choose the hand of gold in my palm, or what's in the box."
What's in the box?
It could be gold coin.
Thistle looks at the coin and then she looks at the box and she's like, "Well, I've never been much for gold coins, so I'll go with the box."
All right, little lady, here you go. It's a nice little box. You probably have to use both your hands to hold it, but he can hold it in his palm, and he's only like 5 feet. So he just hands you the box like, "Well, go ahead, take it, and congratulations." The crowd goes wild, all applauding you.
Lean over. You ready, champ?
So can Thistle
He's gonna
open the
go.
box?
Go ahead.
What are you gonna do, Miss Thistle?
I would say, can she open the box?
Yes. Inside, you see, surrounded by kind of like hay. It's like they put hay to soften it a little bit inside, and you see at the center a vial of red liquid. It's got like a shimmer to it within the vial, and you easily can identify that as a healing potion.
And Thistle smiles brightly at that and says, "Well, mighty fine gift right here." And she takes it out of the box and puts it in her robes. And she looks over toward Arve and she says, "Well, well, if either of us get sick now, I got just the solution."
A minor healing potion, so.
Arve just smiles brightly to Thistle and gives her a wink.
All right, then I'm gonna go like right behind her and say, "Ready to go up?" And then grab her and put her up and be like, "The champ!" and start performing and trying to get the crowd to chant.
Thistle's kind of caught off guard by this, and but to see it's like done like in a way that's like meant to promote her, she doesn't pull away. Instead, she's like, "Oh," and then raises her hands and she's like, and kind of just a little celebratory, like shaking her hands up in the air, and she's like, "Yeah, yeah."
We'll tell you
Arve
what.
jumps.
We'll
like
let
she's
you.
gonna-
Go ahead, Arve.
I'm sorry. Arve was gonna jump up at first when she saw her friend get grabbed, but then with both her hands up, but as far as they can go, because they can't go full extension. And then she realized it was in fun, so she pulls them back and she starts going, "Thistle, Thistle, Thistle."
Actually have you do our first group action here. So Varelis will make the action roll, and he'll get a +1 for each successful reaction roll. So you'll also roll Thistle, but you'll only be adding a +1 to his roll for the performance check, which for that stat, it is actually under present.
Correct. And I'm gonna use the Tri-Village Best Built Lad again.
Absolutely.
This is all pageantry, trying to make it as flashy and make us look very, very good.
DC for the crowd, we'll just say it's just 10. They're already in the mood for cheering. So go for it. You both roll, and then if Thistle succeeds, then you'll get the +1 on top of your additional +1. So
Okay, so I just roll flat, right, for him to get a +1.
you just roll your presence, whatever your presence is.
Okay. Okay.
Oh
Correct.
my! Okay. That's a +2 now for you, Varelis.
And on top of my other +2.
Yep.
Thistle has aura.
And she's usually a -1, as you can see.
Wait for the one more. Succeeded with fear.
Awesome job, guys. As you do that, the crowd is they've completely in an uproar. And actually, there's so much in an uproar, they actually go up to you, Varelis and Thistle, and 2 people offer you each a handbag of gold. They're just totally enamored by the performance that you both have just done for the audience.
I'll accept that gladly with my offhand.
The other one
Yep.
tries to reach you, Thistle, but you're like really high up there.
Yeah, Thistle would kind of gesture to Arve and say, "Give it to my friend, the mushroom, Shroomy."
Okay.
Arve would take it, accept it, and just hold it for Thistle when she got down.
We'll say Raiden and Bremian. I'm gonna have you guys roll something really quick here for me, if you don't mind. I'm gonna have you guys roll an instinct roll for me. It'll be a 10 difficulty. Oh my god, these crits. Remia, I don't know what you drank today, but geez. As everyone's cheering and stuff, you do hear a random like villager in the crowd go, "Oh dear Lord, did you hear?" It's like this older gentleman, but he's got kind of a higher pitched voice. Like, "Did you hear? Old Mill Tim swears he felt the floor hum like it was singing last night." And you feel like you missed part of that conversation. But for you, Bremia, so right, and you heard that, but Bremia, you heard the other part of the conversation. They're like, "I can't believe this little girl just won. And did you hear about that humming underneath the floor?" Yes, I did. I heard that. It's very interesting that a floor would be singing. I know, right? You heard all of that, right? And only heard the, "Did you hear old Mill Tim swear you felt the floor hum like it was singing?" But you heard that they commented a little bit more about how strange it is that the floor was humming. You heard the comments towards Thistle's victory. You heard a little bit more of the conversation with your critical.
And who was saying this? Are they nearby?
Yep, they're kind of in between you and Ryden. So they're kind of acting like the sandwich meat of your sandwich.
Okay. Rumi would match however much they're clapping or excited to show that she has the same level of excitement as them, and kind of get closer. Say, "That was an amazing contest, wasn't it?"
Oh, the old man looks to you, goes, "Oh, I didn't even see you there." Because he turned, he looked above you, and then he had to look down. He's like, "Yeah, it was great. I can't believe that big guy lost. That I actually lost some money on that bet."
Well, it just goes to show you shouldn't ever underestimate a halfling.
I suppose you're right.
Hey, did you say something about singing? Like a floor was singing?
Oh, it's just a preposterous thing. Floors don't actually sing. It just sounded like a hum, like someone was humming a hymn. It was very strange, but it wasn't like a melody or anything. It was just like, I can't describe it. It just sounded like a song that had no tone or tempo to it. It was just a hum.
That's so interesting. Was it underneath all the floors or just a specific floor?
Now, we live in the same apartment building. We live right next door to each other. Um, so it was, I guess, so supposedly under our building.
Oh, that's so neat. Where's your building? I want to hear the hum.
Do you know where the cattle pens are? Yeah, our house is right up against that. We tend to the pens out in the fields. That's our job here in our small community. I don't know if you're from here. You don't seem like you are. Most people here have jobs that relate to the various farm activities. We are a very community-driven place, so we all share in the reaps of our crops and the taking care of the cattle and the fishing, and we share these resources harmoniously. We have to, because we are relatively cut off from the mainland. So
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm new here. It's a beautiful island. Are the pens over near the oxen?
yes, you have an interest in oxen. This is a
Oh,
strange
oh no,
bedfellow.
no, I was just hearing about oxen earlier, and they're such gentle creatures sometimes, and I do like them. So, yeah, okay. Well, nice. It was really nice to meet you both. Like, I love your festival. It's really a lot of fun.
Oh, well, we like our festival too.
And Remy would just kind of wave and make her way off away from these people.
Right, and I didn't know if you wanted to react to anything that you heard in that moment. Mr. Ryden.
Sorry. Okay, there's barking there. Say that again.
I didn't know if you wanted to react to the conversation that just happened between you and Bremia.
I missed some of it with Jack's barking.
The
Oh,
words that you heard was, did you hear the old little Tim swears he felt the floor hum like it was singing?
and Brimia had a whole conversation and asked about it, and it's the floor underneath their apartment, which is over by the cattle pens. And this whole time, she's ignoring Ryden because he's just a guy from the boat for her, so she doesn't know him and doesn't really acknowledge him.
So then he would have just kind of heard that being oversaid rather than at him per se.
Yeah, it's just around you.
And he won't react to it then. He while the competition was going on, he was kind of just looking around, not fully paying attention to the competition, but kind of getting a grasp of the entire surroundings now that everybody was focused on the one general area.
And then the answer goes, well, if you're all interested in our next competition that will be happening in the Eastern Fields, we're going to have a nice harvest sack race. Feel free to join us over there. Again, prizes will be given out to the 3 victors of that race. We encourage everyone to participate, and there might be a little bit of a lore drop for those interested in the story of our fine town. Congratulations once again to Thistle, and I hope you all have a fantastic time here at Hearthvale. That starts
Veryl will
dispersing.
set Thistle down. Good work, good work. I bet I'll get you in the next one.
Thistle looks up proudly to Varellis and says, "Same to you, friend. May we meet each other on the battlefield very soon." And she just kind of, after that, turns toward Arve and says, "How you feeling?"
I'm going to interject with not battlefield, competition field.
Thistle just chuckles, but she continues on with Arve.
Geller's gonna finally get out of his seat and put his jacket on. Having digested the pies. Sort of make his way back down to where Brimia is.
Brimia meet up with Geller. That was a nice try. You did well.
Indeed, I gave it my best. Though I feel I should have continued my original method all the way through. I think that's where I messed up.
Well, I mean, you learn. Win some, lose some. You feeling okay?
Feeling alright. It was mostly just to fill my belly, as I didn't get any sweets on the boat.
Oh yeah, that's true. So there's a harvest sack race next. I'm gonna head over there, and I think, well, there's some people in the crowd talking about some humming from last night. It sounds like it was over in the direction of where the oxen are. So I don't know. Maybe there's more information. We should. I think something's going on.
I think instead I'll go and investigate this.
All right. Well, have fun.
Gives her a nod. Begins heading toward the location. The apartments next to the cattle pen.
All right, so I'm actually going to place you in that field so I can remind myself where you're going.
Veryl will make his way to the sack race, but this time going to be taking up his chainmail.
Probably smart. Okay.
I'd like to know the tactical advantage of the 8-pack window on the front.
The prime area of work. Anytime you've seen Veryl, he's usually been lifting heavy things and sculpting.
All about show too, so I'm assuming showing his 8-pack in the middle is probably all for that competition side of him, showmanship.
It's just farming aura.
Everyone else heading? I got an idea where Vaeryndel is heading. Remia, you're going towards the sack race too, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Raiden's gonna head that way too, amongst the crowd. Yeah.
Orve's going to probably head that way as well. Sorry, dog hit the keyboard.
What about Miss Thistle, our high even champion?
I think Thistle is gonna talk to Arve and tell her that she's gonna take a walk before she plans to meet her over at the thing, but she's gonna take a little bit of a walk because she doesn't want to get sick because she just ate all those pies, and she's just gonna tell, I'm just gonna take a walk, my friend. I'll meet you over there at the sack race competition very soon.
Okie doke. And Hervé, if she hadn't already given her the gold sack, hands up to Thistle.
And Thistle accepts it kindly and says, don't forget, what's mine is yours, so if you ever want something. And she kind of shakes the gold in her hand. I've got pretty penny for you. She smiles.
Thank you, Thistle. Miss Prickly, you've done good today.
She just smiles wide. She's like, thank you kindly. And then she just kind of turns and just kind of waddles off into the town. She's just kind of exploring.
Arve pats her thigh then and gives a soft whistle because her lynx had kind of wandered off. Her snow lynx. To get it back, she was grateful it stayed close like it normally does and didn't eat Thistle when she was a chipmunk.
Say that one more time, Harvey.
Oh, Hervé whistled and patted her thigh for her pet, for her snow lynx. And she was grateful that the snow lynx stayed close, but it also didn't eat Thistle when Thistle was a chipmunk.
Gotcha. Purse up to you.
She pets it and then just walks with a half skip this time. She walks towards where the next competition's going to be. Just being herself.
Right. So I guess I'll start with Geller here. Geller, the area you're going to is actually very close to the center of town, closer than the sack race. So you get over there and you see the small apartment building. There's like a couple of them. It looks like a few families or at least roommates take care of these pens. What would you like to do as you approach this area?
Is there any sort of like commune area within the building?
So there's not like these buildings are literally just for residents only. There does seem to be like a little pavilion, I guess, between the houses that there's a few empty benches there and probably another figure just whittling away at some woodwork.
Okay. I suppose I'll go up to the person doing the woodwork.
Yeah, hello. He looks up at you with kind of surprised.
Sorry, what time of day is it? Is it the morning?
Yeah, it's you're kind of like around lunchtime, so it's midday.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. I'm surprised you're not out there enjoying the festivities.
Yes, well, I heard there was a strange noise occurring around here. I'm sort of taking an interest in investigating.
Oh, you heard the thing that I told George the other night about the humming. Yeah. My name's Old Tim. At least that's what people around these parts call me. And it was just a hum. I mean, it was strange. I don't know what would be causing a humming noise underneath our houses, but it was a hum.
Is it a continuous noise?
No, it sounded like. He kind of tries to mimic. It's like sounded like that, but lower, much lower.
Could you show me?
You want to go into my house? I feel like we just met.
Apologies, I just want to make sure there's nothing untoward happening in your home. I promise you I mean no ill will. I simply have taken an interest in keeping the people of this town safe from any possible anomalies.
Why don't you do a presence check for me? We'll say this will be a 13 DC.
Okay.
You're a stranger to him, so he's looking at you like he wants in my house. What the heck? This guy.
Pretty okay. Let's hope I get it. Crit.
Oh, it's like, well, you look like a trustworthy individual. Can I at least have your name before I bring you into my home?
Yes, apologies. I am Rykard Kindler.
Icar. That does not strike me as a dwarven name, but I don't doubt you. He gives you like a point of a finger. Come this way. And he lifts off his chair and not too far, he opens a door, probably not even like 15 steps away. It's like, if you'd like, it's not a very fancy place. It's literally just a single floor room with my bed and little area where I could cook my stuff and keep my house warm. But feel free to have a look.
I take a step in. Am I able to hear the noise?
You could do a instincts check for me. We'll say the difficulty, at least right now, is going to be a 15. That's considered just average difficulty. Okay. At this moment, you can't hear anything that stands out to you. Maybe it's the pot of boiling like water that's over the fire, the hearth of the fireplace. Maybe that the bubbling of the water is interfering, or maybe it's even just the sound of your own footsteps or his breathing literally behind you. There's something that's causing a bit of unable to pick it up, I guess.
Do you have a basement?
Oh no. We have root cellars all throughout the farmlands, but no basement.
He sort of gets down and puts his ear to the floor.
Okay. Before you even put your ear to the floor, I'll let you roll another. Actually, I'll have you do a knowledge check for me this time. You're analyzing, and we'll do that. This will be a 10 difficulty, just slightly above. Very easy.
Okay. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and say in my hypothesis here, if this is something similar to like the sound of machinery, would I be able to pick that up with advantage?
Tell you what, let's see what you roll, and then I can give you more, because it's not.
Okay, because that'd be revealing. Gotcha.
Yeah. Hard. am I going to say that without? Okay. I will say this. If you want to spend 2 hope for me right now, I'll give you a little bit of something.
Sure. I got full hope anyway.
Perfect. So when you go to analyze the floorboards, before you can even press your ear against it, you feel something moist come across the. I don't know if your hands are gloved, but it comes across your hands. It's a little tacky at touch. Like if you put it between your fingers, it's got like a little stick to it, a little stickiness to it, and it's slightly like a brownish gray color.
Okay. He has gloves, so it might have just dampened his gloves and he felt it. Looks at his hand. Do you have any idea what this could be? He sort of sits up, showing him.
He leans forward, looks at you, square in your face because now he's leaning forward. He's like, no, I mean, I guess that could be dinner last night. Maybe I didn't clean up as well as I thought. But man, that's gross. And he actually goes to smell. He's like, oof. You might want to wash your hands too, because that stinks.
I take a sniff myself.
It smells like rotten egg mixed with like the undertones of manure.
Similar to sulfur?
Sort of. It feels like it's rotten material. It's like it's just not very cleanly, smelling. It's like that smell of food that's been rotted over several days, and it's just been, it just stayed there, untouched. It's festering.
Okay. Can I make some sort of knowledge roll to try to figure this out?
You can do another knowledge roll, sure, to see if you can at least try to recall something, maybe, or try to comprehend what you're dealing with. We will say this will probably be a 15 difficulty for this roll as well.
Okay. It's a 20 with fear. Also realized I took away one of my bonuses on the last one. But it's fine. It wouldn't have passed anyway.
We'll say with that 20, with fear, you recall reading in your studies back at home, this was a while ago for you now, that there are places that have been reported seeing like they're cursed, and these places often were cleansed, but some of them couldn't be cleansed, and they were labeled as restricted areas, like places that people should not enter, and you enter at your own risk. And the one thing that popped up in those readings was that this black grayish substance was present in those areas, and they advised that consumption would be poisonous. Smelling it for prolonged periods could cause illusions. They even described that people have befallen curses throughout time with substances similar to this description of like transformative nature. But again, it also could be rotten food too, due to the nature of the way it looks and the fact that it is in the middle of a house and not too far from where he probably cooks his meals and eats them. Maybe that too.
Has there been any other strange occurrences around here specifically.
Not that I know
Perhaps
of.
there's something in the history of this location.
History. I mean, we've been around for maybe 200 years. Very small community. We've just grown over time, and no, nothing that I feel is strange. I mean, the most strange thing I heard was what happened at the pie eating contest.
Indeed. Well, gets up and sort of takes off his glove, sort of inside out, and puts it in his pocket. And says, "Well, try to clean it up. I mean, if you try to clean it up, let me know if it returns."
Thanks for the house cleaning tip. He smiles.
Not sure there's much else I can look into here, but if it does return quickly, then it's likely not the source you think it is.
Okay, a little ominous, but I'll take your word for it. He looks at you like, this is awkward now.
Apologies for the inconvenience. I'll take my leave now.
Oh, very well. He follows you out and closes the door because he's going to go back to where he's sitting and whittling his wooden, whatever he's whittling.
Okay. Then I'll just head on back.
You're heading back towards where everyone else went.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then for the rest of you guys, are getting to the harvest sack race now. And as you guys approach this area, you see a lanky man. It's got like sun brown skin, probably tanned over weeks of working in the farm or toiling away. And he literally just says, "All right, you lively lot, step forward if you are interested in joining us in our harvest sack race. It is about to begin." Children, adults, join.
Brillis will step forward pretty much in his skivvies and declare he's first and start flexing.
Raiden will step forward, giving Varellus a bit of a wide berth again. He's removed the pauldrons on his shoulders, so he just has his chain mail top. That's it, and armor bottoms, but he hasn't removed those yet. He's not as naked as Varellus.
Okay, very detailed.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Hervé tentatively steps forward, but then she takes a step back because there was just something nagging in the back of her head. So she decides not to participate in this event.
Brimia steps forward, ignores Virilus and Raiden, and starts like doing like a squat almost and hopping up and down, stretching her legs.
Arve, did you do that in a quiet manner to step back as you step forward?
Yeah, she didn't make a big deal out of it. She stepped, like I said, she stepped forward, but then she decided better of it. And so she she stood back.
Okay. I'll just have you do a quick presence roll for me just to see if they catch you on that. Because I'm going to be annoying with this NPC a little bit. So go ahead and roll a presence. 10 or higher, you're good. Really trying to deceive them, but you are trying to shrink your form in this moment so you're not noticed. Perfect. They don't notice you. Okay. join the crowd, and Thistle, you do get there in time as you hear them calling people forward to step forward for this race.
Thistle's not gonna join. She was more or less just trying to even out her stomach. She just gets over. She'll walk up to Arve and she'll just look him. Not interested in a little friendly competition, Shroomy.
Oh, I'm interested, but I think this would push my limitations too far. And she kind of like lifts her arms and shows the mushroom skirting coming off her shoulders and how it seems to have grown a little bit more down her back. So she decided to sit back.
Thistle kind of shrugs to her and says, "Well, if you want, we can." And she looks around. She's like, "We can do a little investigate." She just kind of snickers.
Arve smiles and actually eagerly agrees about the little investigation of their own.
Yeah, Thistle's just going to look to her and whisper to her. She's going to mention what she had heard when they entered about oxen or what have you acting weird. And she's going to be like, "We need to figure out about them oxen. And who better to figure it out than a druid and her best friend?" And she just smiles.
Arve gives her a wink, and she's petting her lynx at the same time, which is about waist high for Arave, who's only 5 feet tall, anyways. But if Thistle wanted to, she could ride the lynx.
And Thistle's going to look to the lynx and just give it a little pat. And she's like, "Alrighty. Now, I did eat a little bit more than I should, but I shouldn't be more than a pound or two heavier than last time." And she tries to get on top of the lynx.
They're 3 feet in height.
Yep.
How big is your lynx there, Arve?
Well, it's at least that height, but it's got some brawn to it too. So
okay.
it's big enough. It's big enough for Thistle to ride. So maybe it's a little bit taller.
All right. I will say that it's going to go really slow with you on it, Thistle. Half speed even. So
Thistle will at least she'll get like she's gonna try to get up on it, and then she raises her leg a couple times, and she just like, maybe I'll just walk, and she just kind of looks and pats the lynx again. "I think I'd slow both of us down if I got on top of you, my friend." And then she looks over to Arve and she's like, "Yeah, I'll just walk this time."
Arve chuckles and agrees that's probably a better idea.
you guys are walking towards the direction that Geller actually is in then. Is that correct?
We're going to where the ox was.
Yep. Same fields.
Okay.
So I'd likely run into them.
Most likely, yeah. So what I'll do here is I'll do the harvest sack here, and then we'll go to your 3 scene, I guess, or your crossing paths. All right, so at the harvest sack race, we've got our 3 competitors step forward with a bunch of citizens, and the guy continues to go, "All right, looks like we've got our competitors. Now," he kind of dusts his shoulders a little bit, and he lets out a puff from his chest, and he's like, "The tradition goes that all the way back to the great harvest of the old, when the fields yielded so much that even the children had to help haul grain. They made it a game, hopping in the empty sacks from one storehouse to the next. and their laughter carried the whole village through weeks of hard work. So today, we honor that spirit with a good-fashioned race of balance, grit, and the willingness to look supremely, well, ridiculous. And they start handing out like these burlap sacks that usually carry like a lot of wheat and stuff. And they look to Varellis and they have to give him not just like a standard sack, but they have to give him like a sack that probably wouldn't cover like, it would be like the extra double sack that they would put on like ships to mass export goods. Like his is massive. And this guy keeps talking. He's like, you'll each get one sack. Step inside. And on our mark, you'll well, why don't you just all start hopping down to the start line. Find your positions, and once I give the signal, you'll start hopping your way down the path, and you'll see like this path it's marked clearly. It's just a big circle. And he's like, just one lap. First 3 people across the line will win. And remember, it doesn't matter who looks the most graceful. This is a harvest race. All that matters is the joy and the effort and the heart of the leap. And at this canonical moment that you're all having with this person, you see a little frog kind of jumping across the track, and then he plops into like a little puddle and kind of like signaling what this guy's saying, and he's like, "So contestants, please take your places and get your feet in the sacks and eyes on the lane."
I'm gonna walk over towards where the crowd is and see if there's some still cheers on. Like, start the chant, start the Orvain chant. I'm trying to get him to chant my last name as I go to the starting line, and then I like pick my hands up.
Okay.
I try to get them to chant.
Do a presence roll for me. We'll say it's 10 difficulty.
I'm gonna use the best lad.
Make sure to mark off your hope when you use that.
Crit.
Use my experience. You mark off hope.
Yep. When you use experience, you mark off your hope.
That would be a crit.
So that was a crit. Yeah, the crowd goes wild. On your first roll, you'll get an advantage because the crowd is pumping you up.
I'll continue just to keep my hands going up until I have to reach down and grab the sack.
Remia and Ryden?
Brimia will take the sack and she'll look around for any kids in the audience or in the competition and start making funny faces with them and just being silly.
Yeah, go ahead and do another presence roll for me, and that'll be also a 10. Just an average roll for you. One of the kids goes, "What's your name?"
Brimia.
All right, guys, Brimia. And a little kid choir goes, Brimia. You'll also get a D6 on your first roll.
Raiden will just kind of focus forward and prepare the sack for the race. Kind of gather it up together and kind of step in and out of it.
Point of inquiry, actually. When we get a crit, do we add hope?
I would assume so, yeah. I have to look into that after this session, just to make sure. But for now, we'll just say, yeah. I didn't look into the crit effects on the hope and fear stuff. But I'm assuming you would, because I feel like that's a beneficial roll, but...
according to the roller, it's always been fear, which is kind of funny.
Well, that's hilarious. Yeah, I don't. That would make sense though, if you got a crit, right? Why would I get something from that?
Oh, it's slightly different. I was just putting it out.
Yeah, crits are purple and fear's blue.
So before we start this race, we will take our 10-minute break here. Well, we'll push it to 15. So that way, if you guys need to go to the bathroom, get drinks and stuff, go for it, and then we'll meet back up in 15 minutes.
Sounds good.
Sounds
All
great.
right.
Indeed.
Roger, Roger.
And I already took my 1 because I'm with Thistle.
All right, we are back. I'm just going to make sure everyone else is back now. Our Arave and Vermia are back.
And I am back.
I'm here as well.
Awesome. Once Mr. Vaeryndel gets back, we will begin. 15s go quick. They do.
Yep, back.
So, you guys are all up on the line now?
All up on it.
Yep, ready to go.
Indeed.
All right, so this one is going to have you guys do your... you're going to use strength for this because you're going to be lifting and moving forward. So with that said, I actually will give you 2 options. You can do strength for lifting the sack and moving yourself forward, or you can use agility to use that as your motion to leap. So you can do either roll when I have you do your rolls on this one, okay?
Okay.
Got it.
Vaeryndel and Bremia, you guys get your first roll will be on advantage because you got the cheering of the kids for you, Bremia, and the rest of the crowd is on Vaeryndel. And then Raiden, fortunately you don't have that, but hey, you're a stoic man, so you're like, I don't need all that jeer. So the guy at the line goes, "Are you all ready?" He looks at all your faces, eager to see what your expressions are before he gives the signal. All right. Kind of brings his hands together, rubs them, and goes, "On the count of 3, I want you to go. And go with your heart. Go with your feelings. Make it a good race. No pushing, no shoving, no biting, no headbutting, no foul play. You get the idea. Make it a good, clean race." And he doesn't even count. He just says, "Go!" And go ahead and make your first rolls. It'll be a DC 10. You'll have to have a counter on this, so there'll be 4 counters. Anytime you fail, you'll actually fall behind. If you fall behind too many times, then a citizen's probably going to get ahead of you in the race. Wow, damn. All right. Wow, Raiden, wow.
C's get degrees.
All right. Jesus Lord. Okay. Actually, I will roll for them real quick too, just to see how well they do.
Could have freaking politicked for some fanfare.
And this will be just a group roll for the crowd, just to see if anyone gets ahead of you. So we have a 26, which is amazing, an 18, and a 10. So we're going to see if any citizens pull ahead of any of you in this first leg. And because they're citizens and they're technically not level 1, I'm actually going to have them roll constantly at a disadvantage. Because, yeah, that's the only way I can make it feel like they're not of that heroic level. So. Okay, so in the first few moments, Vaeryndel, you are taking the lead. You're just, yeah, you don't even care who's behind you at this point. Bremia, you're right behind Vaeryndel. And then Raiden, you're kind of getting off to a slow start, and you're watching like 3 children kind of jumping ahead of you, and they're looking at you like, "Mister, you're slow. Come on." And they're like riding their little sacks. I know you and Speeders now potato sack.
Potato sack.
Is there any actions you guys want to do, like reactionary, before you make your next roll for round 2?
Put my foot through the sack and just run, wear it like a skirt.
Wait, you really want to try to do that?
Not yet. We'll see how the rolls go.
Oh, okay. All right, if there's no reactions, go ahead and roll your next attempt. Again, same DC 10.
And I'm going to use my experience from the competitions.
Okay.
To try to get myself to go forward faster.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
And remember, remove the advantages, just as a reminder.
I think it was clear. It's a new roll.
Oh, okay.
I like
Good.
this.
Okay, and let's see what the citizens do here. They got disadvantage too. So on their roll, oh wow. Okay, so Bremia, you're still in second place with how this roll is determined. In fourth place, I'm doing air quotes because he's technically probably at like 7th place now. But the 3 children are still ahead of you, Raiden. No one else is bypassing you at the moment. And then, man, Vaeryndel, this is so far his competition. He has taken a substantial lead now. So, awesome.
Brimmy is cheering on the children who are, I'm assuming, not too far behind her, and like trying to keep their spirits up and make them really excited.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, why don't you just do a quick presence roll for me? See how charming you can be with these little children behind you.
I'm incredibly charming.
That's like your 3rd critical tonight. Holy moly. Oh, yeah. You not only cheer on those kids, but as a critical effect, I will say that those kids are have the same friends that you made those faces to earlier, and they start cheering you on again, so you'll get a D6 on your next roll. They're pumped. You're cheering on their friends, and they're like, yeah, you go, Bremia! Yeah!
Yeah, woohoo!
They don't know your name, but hey, I'm just throwing that in there. Perfect. All right. So if there's no more reactions, go ahead and make your 3rd roll for this raid. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
No, that's a crit.
But it's critical.
That's a crit.
Best crit in the game.
Yeah. Holy moly.
Snake eyes.
Let's see what they get. Just shits and giggles. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is what's going to happen here. Raiden, you overpower the children, and you are now kind of like tied with Bremia. But the children are also now tied with Bremia. So Bremia kind of falls back. You go forward, but because you got the critical, I'm going to give Bremia watches you get tied with her, and then you take the lead over her because you had a critical there. So you are now ahead of Bremia in this moment. But Bremia fights back, and oh, she's tied with you again. So you're kind of tied because she got a 13, so she still beat the. Oh no, she didn't beat the kids. So the kids. So this is what will happen. Kids are tied with Bremia. Bremia is tied. Watches you just get ahead of her a little bit, Raiden. So she's 3rd, and Vaeryndel falls back. And next round, you could actually have a really big tug of war here, depending on how the rolls go. So, we got Vaeryndel in first, Raiden barely in second, and Bremia, you are with tied third with these charming little kids that you cheered on. All right, so this will be your next round of rolls. Go for it.
All right, I'm going to use my strength as a champion to gain my experience.
Okay. I know this is like built for you.
I'm going to use my Know the Tide to add +1.
Ooh, how are you using your Know the Tides?
So I can kind of sense the excitement of the children. It's kind of buoying me along. And so I'm with them, and it just makes me want to move faster.
Okay, I'll get that to you. All right, let's see how these kids do. Uh-oh, Raiden. Oh, no. So, we'll say in this moment, Brumia and Raiden are now tied. They're both second. And then the kids also advance forward. So you have a 3-way tie for second. Because the kids are kind of like cooperatively working together in this moment. So they're part of like that. It's like almost technically a 5-way tie for second. And then Vaeryndel is just, he knows that finish line is right there now. So this is your last roll. DC 10. Good luck, guys. That's a good one,
I'm
Raiden.
going to continue using my championship will to cross that finish line.
Right. Might as well burn the hope.
Especially when you get it right back. That is a.
I'm going to
fear.
use Know the Tide again. It's not just the kids, it's the fact that Ryan's right there next to me that's really making me want to push harder.
Oh, okay. And let's see how the kids do. Wow, and they got a disadvantage too. What is going on? So in this moment, this is what's going to happen. Vaeryndel, you win. You cross the line first. You are first place. Right behind you is not just Bremia, but she's also neck to neck now with the kids, and they get second. And so it's a collective second, and then third place is Raiden. And then the crowd behind Raiden follows suit. So, yeah, you guys actually all won this race. Towards the end, they're like, all right. Let's hamper down. The crowd kind of wanes, and the guy goes, I'm not sure how to give out the prizes on this one. He looks at you, Bremia, looks at the 3 kids, and then looks at you, Raiden, because he's pretty confident with Vaeryndel, but he's like, what to do here? All right, this is what we'll do.
What's the prize?
Oh, you'll find that out in a good moment, sir. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna divvy out the prizes with these folks here first. So, do you mind splitting your prize, Raiden? So whatever choice the kids choose, you'll get the other prize. Since you are in third place, I feel like that's a good compromise here.
No, let the kids pick.
Awesome. Thank you so much, good gentlemen. All right. Well, he comes up to all of you. He's like, first place, you can get a handful of gold or the box. And this offer is for each rank. But the first place prize is just a little bit extra. Walks up to you first, Vaeryndel.
I will take the box.
Okay. And he goes, I was just testing you to see if you choose. You actually get both. And he hands you the bag of gold. And inside the box is a minor stamina potion. It restores 1d4 of stress.
Excellent. Then I'll call the kids over and give them my little bit of gold.
Oh, you're giving them the handful of gold?
Yeah.
Okay. They thank you. And they're like, you're really nice, sir. Thank you so much. This will be great. We can go get some candy apples after this.
Grow up big and strong, kids.
One of the little lads kind of gives a little muscle, and he puts his hand behind, the little bicep, and he makes it look like a muscle. He's like, I'm already strong.
Growl and flex at him.
He's like, oh, that's a big muscle. That's bigger than my head.
Indeed.
And then they walk over to you, Bramia. He's like, all right, you don't get both, but now that you kind of know what the prize is, would you like the box or would you like the gold?
I'll take the gold, thank you.
All right. He hands you the little bag of gold, and then he walks over to the children, and the children go, gold, please. And they take the gold, and now they have 2 handfuls of gold, and they feel like they're the richest kids in the world. And they go running off before anyone can even say anything to them to go buy some stuff. And then they hand you the box, Raiden, and it has a stamina potion in it, a minor stamina potion that'll restore 1d4 of stress in a time that you need to. Crowd applauds, says, congratulations to you all. I hope you had a good time. Go and enjoy the festival. I believe the ribbon, not the ribbon dance. Oh man, I can't believe I was mixing up the two. The folk dance challenge is next, and that will be at the center of the town square. That won't be happening for another 30 minutes. So you have time.
Brimia heard the kids talking about candied apples, so she heads off in the direction that they ran.
They're heading towards actually where the dance competition is going to be had, because that's where all the food tables are and stuff, all the food court. So, yeah, you following after them.
And we'll also grab his chainmail and his shield and mace, throw it over his shoulder, and start heading that way.
You two are going to go to the food court. All right.
Raiden will, holding the sack still in one hand, kind of toss it to the side and grab back his shoulder pauldrons and fasten them back onto his top, and then head towards the crowd to join them for the next event.
Okay, perfect. And then, so now we're going to pan into the scene. So you guys are making your way towards the center of the town. We'll say that Thistle, Arve, and Geller now kind of are intersecting at the center of town. This intersection is actually happening while you guys were in your base. You guys know each other at least briefly. Obviously, Thistle might remember Geller very fondly, and I'm using that word fondly very loosely. I'll let you guys have a moment here if you'd like to interact, and if not, just let me know which directions you guys are going respectively.
I take it the festivities weren't to your liking.
Not necessarily to our liking, but we felt there was other things to do.
I can agree.
This one's looking at Geller. She's wrinkling her nose a little bit at him. She's not really saying anything, and she just kind of looks to Arve and says, "Shroomy, we got places to go." And she doesn't. For once, she's like not talking to this dwarf guy.
Arve kind of looks apologetically at Geller. as he gets dismissed. And she shrugs and she says, "Okay, lead the way." Thistle. And she pronounces her name wrong on purpose just to tease Thistle.
Are you investigating the strange occurrences in town?
Actually, we heard something about the oxen last night, and I think that's where we're going.
So they're trying to hush Arve. She's like, it's none of your business, sir.
Well, do you actually know where you're going?
I'll have you know, I can navigate a backwood better than any other halfling you ever did meet.
It's all fine and good, but I did get the exact location they spoke of.
And she kind of grumbles a little bit, and looks to Arve, and then looks back to Geller, and she just says, we're just gonna be speaking to the earth and the animals. You just wouldn't understand.
Perhaps you're right. I tend to speak to things that actually speak like people.
And oh,
Irve kind of cringes a little bit at that, and she's ready for Thistle to let loose.
Thistle kind of really kind of gets I don't know, her body kind of tenses when he says that, and she in her 3 feet in height approaches that dwarf, like getting really close to him, and she says, I'll have you know, you might think you're all smart and stuff, but the flowers, the grass, the trees, the little frogs, the little rats, the little squirrels, and the deer, they all do speak. And I can hear them, even if you can't. And then she turns back and she's like, come on, Shroomy, we need not waste our time with such simple-minded folk.
Arve's snickering behind her hand, but she agrees with Thistle because she also speaks with plants. So she kind of looks back at Geller and it's like gives him a shrug and heads off with Thistle.
He'll just sort of adjusts his glasses. Grunts. Sort of watching them walk off. He's actually going to trail behind at a far enough distance that they don't notice.
Ooh.
Cool.
Now
Yeah.
you're following a ranger.
Well, I suppose you'll have to roll finesse here. And only if you two would actively be watching him as you're stomping away, you would roll to counter to see if you roll higher, but I'll let you determine that in the fairness of the moment, because this will definitely move forward for sure, right? So
Yeah, Thistle ain't looking back for him. She's on a mission.
Ereve probably would be because she knew that he sort of had the same, even if he insulted them by accident, that he sort of was in the same mind of inspecting the situation. So she's going to be looking behind.
Can I spend a hope to use my soldier experience?
yeah, you've been on the battlefield. That's an easy one to explain into the situation, 100%.
Okay.
Whoever rolls higher succeeds in this.
Okay, what are we rolling?
You're going to be rolling instinct, and he's going to be rolling finesse. Because you are trying to perceive, and he is trying to hide. Not literally hide, but he's trying to keep his presence not really in your purview. Okay, yeah. Oh, snap. That is a tie there. So let's see who rolled with hope. Geller rolled with
He did.
hope. So he, in this moment, the fear dice, I'm going to say, because he rolled in hope, he is out of your purview. It just looks like he might be looking in your direction and just probably watching you leave, as far as you're aware, Arve.
Okay, she kind of shrugs, turns around, and tries to catch up with Thistle, who's got determined steps of taking her a little bit quicker.
So you're heading back towards the area that you just left, Geller. That's funny. But you're going to be a little behind.
Thistle's just kind of mumbling to herself about that dwarf. She's like, he has some nerve, don't he? Thinking he knows so much. He don't know nothing. He don't know a blackwood from a forest rose. And then she just kind of lets the feeling leave her shoulders for a minute, and then she kind of moves a little bit more like herself and not as aggravated as she was, because she don't like to hold on to that stuff.
Well, as you guys get closer to the pens, you'll see like it's a field of like there's pens, then there's gated corrals. You see like a few horses in one. You see a couple cows in another, and then towards the cliff, there's a last like fenced-in area. There's like two large oxen just kind of walking, pattering around.
Thistle's gonna head toward that last pen because she remembers that the oxen specifically being mentioned, and so that's where she's gonna head off. She'll definitely be looking at all the other animals because she loves animals and all that, but she's kind of she's just in a mission to go there.
Arve's going to follow along. Just, if nothing, to keep Thistle out of trouble.
You don't have to roll stealth again, Geller. So I'm assuming you're probably on their heels.
Yeah.
Right, so when you
Do I need to run
nope.
another instant? Okay.
Nope.
I'm gonna spend another hope though. To
Okay.
get the experience.
Oh, what are you gonna roll? What are you trying to do?
To roll again?
No. You don't have to. I'm not gonna have you roll every time because that just seems redundant.
Sorry, I thought you said.
No. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, you guys advance forward, so you guys get to the oxen fenced-in area. And what would you guys like to look for?
Thistle's gonna look to the oxen, and she's gonna start talking to him. She's just gonna say, "Well, howdy there. My name's Thistle Bramblebrook," and she just goes on and starts talking to him like they're an old friend. Before she even uses her ability, and then I'm gonna use Nature's Tongue, which allows her to speak with the language of the natural world. When she wants to speak plants and animals around you, she can make her instinct roll, and on a success, they'll give you the information they know. So she's gonna roll that. Now, would this can be counted as a natural environment or no?
Yeah, I mean you're technically in the outdoor world. I mean, there's grass and everything around, and this is a natural animal. It's not like a monster or anything.
Okay, then if it's in a natural environment, she can spend a hope to gain a +2 on the roll. So that's what we will do.
And does it give you a DC, or is it having me set?
It's 12. 12 is is the marker. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me make sure I'm doing everything right.
Okay. And what are you saying to this oxen?
She's gonna start saying, she's gonna kind of recount what she heard. She's gonna be like, "I heard that you were making some weird noises at nothing at all. And that just don't seem natural to me. So what's been going on with you, my friend?
This oxen has he's chewing on grass, and he looks to you and he talks like, little person. Noises over the cliff. They are loud at night. I wanted them to shut up, so I made louder noise. He eats the grass still.
Oh, that's too cute.
Thistle's gonna nod, and she's kind of, even though she's like tiny, she's gonna almost kneel down, and like she's got to get closer to him, and she's gonna be like, loud noises from over there, and she's gonna point in the direction over the cliff.
Yep. Loud noises.
She's gonna say, what do they sound like?
Like noises.
Then she's gonna scrunch her nose up, and she's gonna say, I understand. Thank you, good friend. And then she's going to, she's gonna pull out, I'm gonna say like a little sack that has like some little fruits in it, and she's gonna offer like an apple to the oxen.
Okay. Just roll a quick agility check, DC 5. Okay, good. The oxen goes over, puts his whole mouth over your entire tiny hand, and instead of chomping down on it, he uses his lips to literally take the thing out of your hand and put it in its mouth, and it starts chewing on it. So your hand's all sloppy.
And Thistle just smiles and kind of laughs, and she takes her hand and wipes it against her robes and says, thank you kindly. And then she kind of stands up again and looks to Arve, and she's going to be like, I don't know. There's some loud noises coming from over the mountainside, it sounds like. Might be worth some more investigating if you're up for it, my friend.
Arve looks over the cliff, and I have a question. Would she has nature's tongue. Do I need to roll it to see if she understood the conversation that was going on, or
You missed your opportunity, but in the future you'll want to just keep in mind if she's doing that, you'll want to roll that too.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I would actually say for you and me, as long as we're sharing that information with each other, it's not as important, just because you'd have to spend you would sometimes need to spend hope or anything. So I think when they're two together, I think the understanding would be obviously anything that's Thistle would hear, she would pass directly on to Arve. Because otherwise you'd be rolling, and this ability, the key with the roll is it allows you to speak with the animal and ask it a question.
I remember you can do group actions in DaggerHeart, so you can actually do a teamwork roll as well.
Oh yeah, that might make sense too. Yeah.
Okay.
So you have to enter the pen in order to get to the cliff, because the way you're boxed in right now is you're in the small section where if you look to your right, you can see the horses. To the left, you can see the cows. And then before you is the oxen. So you'd actually have to go through the oxen pen to get to the cliff.
Okay, then I think Thistle's gonna try to do that then.
So will Shumi.
And what about you, Geller? Are you going to continue following them?
Yeah. Do I happen to see Brimia when she comes nearby? Or is this still during that time?
They're about finishing up their race, and they're probably getting up their prizes right now.
Okay. Then I'll continue following them.
I will say, I will let you I'll let you roll an instincts here. With a 15, because you are further back, just to see if you could at least pick up what they said. Maybe not the oxen, but at least you could maybe pick up what they said.
Okay, what am I rolling? Instinct?
Yep. To perceive or sense.
It's an 11 with hope.
Okay. So with that, you don't pick up what they said, but you did at least visually see the exchange of Thistle talking to the oxen. Which may be strange, but you're magically inclined, so it might not be as strange for you. All right, so you guys you're making your way to the cliff. We're gonna go back to the other three in the town center. You guys are like inundated with vendors. Someone's saying, "Get your candy corn here. Get your candy apples. We're also selling candied pickles. They're very delicious. You ever tried a candied pickle before? You know what they taste like, and if you haven't, you don't know what you're missing."
Brimmy is gonna head straight for the candied apples.
It's a jolly guy. He's got like a big tummy. He's wearing a very festive red outfit. He's got a white beard. Kind of looks like Santa Claus a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. And he has like candied apples on like a wax paper. He's got candied pickles and he's got candied corn. And he's like, "Oh, how can I help you today?"
Well, hi. I just saw your apples and I had to come over. Where do you get them from?
Right here in the orchards. And he points to the north where you can see, like, you barely can see it unfortunately, with your height and the crowd around you. It's very hard to see, but you can imagine there's probably like a forest over there and potentially like a curated like orchard of like apple trees and stuff.
Brimmy will look to the north where he points and kind of hop a little and not be able to see it, but just nod and like she does and say, "Oh yeah, that's great. You know, having such local orchards. Do you have a name for this type of apple? I mean, do you sell them off the island or you keep them all here?"
Well, us island folk, we call this an island apple. I know it's not very clever, but there it is.
Well, it certainly points back to where it came from, so I think it's a very adequate name. Anything special about these apples? Like, do you grow them in a certain soil, or do you like add anything to the process? Just anything different about them?
Sunlight, water, soil. We're simple people here, Miss. The whole jumbo that you just said, I think that comes from the mainland. They're more educated than us. They use bigger terms. We understand the land. We just plant it, it grows.
Well, that's the most important part. I apologize. I grew up around apples, and I just always like to learn about the apples in other places because it's good to have an idea of what all's out there, you know?
Oh, where did you grow up?
Oh, it was across the Narrows, over on the coast over there, kind of west of the capital, and just a small place, the Halfling village. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I mean, I know of the Apple Brooks. They have some really delicious apples that sometimes make their way here.
Oh, the Applebrooks. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, yep. That's my family. They are they're very into the apple game, one would say.
Wow, I have apple royalty here. This is amazing. Well, my princess, he's kind of mocking you, but in a fun way. It's not like he's teasing you. He's like really genuinely impressed you're here, but he's like over emphasizing it. It's a weird tone, but he's not necessarily picking on you, but the way he's saying it could be construed that way. He's like, "We have Princess Applebrook here, everybody. Applause, if you will. The finest apples east of this island."
Brimia just kind of smiles and she takes a bow and turns and acts like she's bowing towards the crowd, which I don't know that anyone's paying attention. But she just she doesn't reject the praise.
Well, my apples probably aren't as good as your apples, but they are island apples, and island apples have a different taste from what I've heard from the mainlanders. Would you like to buy one?
Absolutely. And don't sell your apples short. I'm sure they are wonderful apples. I mean, they are on this beautiful island. So I'm just happy I found some apples here.
You totally can roll charm, and I'm going to give you advantage with this. Just roll a number. If it's over 10, I'll see what we can do for you here.
Well, just a D10 or is it
nope. You'll just hit your presence roll because you're charming him right now, and I'm giving you an advantage because you leaned into it hard. So
okay,
awesome. It's like, you know what? For Princess Applebrook, we have made an accord today, and he gives you he's trying to sound fancy by interjecting words that might not make sense in this moment or in the construct of his sentence, but he's like, but in accordance to thou, Princess of Applebrook, we shall give you 'tis apples on the houses, and we hope you enjoy the flavoreth of it all. And he's like stumbling on his tongue as he's doing this like display. He's like, and he bows to you and extends this little apple on a stick with the candy all glazed over. And he's like, I hopeth this, you enjoyeth this.
Remy will take the apple on the stick and kind of raise her arm in kind of a wave and say, I thanketh you for this apple, and I shall be sure that the rest of the world hears of the wonders of the island apple here.
Oh, the Princess of Applebrook gives me great glee in this moment. But for the princess, I will give you 'tis rumor that I've heard from the east. He's very into this dramatic thing, and there might be a story there, but he keeps going. He's like, I heard, and he leans forward. He's like, I heard a little rumor about the eastern fields. Just be mindful of them. But there's a shadow moving amongst them. I think they're just a fox playing with the rodents out in the fields like they typically do. But someone says the shadow was a humanoid shadow on all fours. Of course, that is just a rumor, Princess of Applebrook.
Remia leans into him, all conspiratorial-like, say, oh, well, I'm glad you've reported this, because we must keep these apples safe. I appreciate you letting me in on this confidence, and I will be sure to look out in case I'm in the eastern fields anytime soon.
You best do that. Well, I have more goods to give. I hope you appreciated the small show from the one and only Leverior La Taurus. Yes, that's my real name.
Brimia holds the candied apple up in her left hand real high and waves her right hand in a circle and does this bow before him, and then she leaves.
Okay. And which direction are you leaving
in? So I'm kind of looking around the crowd, seeing if I see Geller, and if I don't, I'm going to start moving over towards the apartments that were mentioned previously, where I knew he'd gone before.
Okay. So you start heading in that direction. So we'll swivel you in that way. Meanwhile, the spotlight will go to Vaeryndel and Raiden. What are you guys doing in the center of this square?
I'll go up to Vaeryndel and be like, I don't think the sack I had was up to regulations.
It did look quite small.
no way I should have came third.
It happens. And that's why you don't skip leg day.
Didn't you lose an eating competition earlier?
Yes, because the damn pie's in the boat.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I need more protein.
Is there
I'll start
anything?
looking around.
Okay, you're looking around. Okay.
Yeah, just kind of standing amongst them there and just talking about looking around.
Okay. I'll say as you're looking around, you can see that there's like people starting to gather for like the dancing competition that you heard. They're early. Some people are dressed like normal farmers. They're not, taking it too seriously. They're just there to have fun with this contest that's coming up. Then you see other people that are taking it like really seriously, and they're wearing like flamenco kind of outfits and stuff. Like it's ridiculous and over the top for this environment, but they're there for the whole thing. And then when you walk past them, you're seeing other stalls, and amongst the stalls, you see like one that's selling beer. You see another one that's selling like these pork pulled like burger kind of messy like sandwiches. They got like shredded lettuce and maybe some sort of barbecue or mesquite type of sauce on it. Then you also see the candied apples and stuff. Go ahead and just roll me a quick. I'll have you guys roll me just a quick instincts roll, each of you, and you can roll together. You can decide if you want to do a group leader situation here. If not, you can roll separately. And this is just to see if you picked up Bremia kind of walking away in this moment too, just because she's your only familiar face in the vicinity.
Yes, I would like to do the group leadership role. I have a +0.
I got +1.
Okay.
That sounds like a plan.
So how this works is, Ryden, you'll roll, and then if Varellis gets over the 10, you'll get a +1 to yours. So I'll just add it to it. Just rolled. Perfect. So you get an 11. With the 11, I will say, because Bremia wasn't really trying to hide or anything, and that whole display of this jolly Santa Claus-like guy doing this boisterous display, and with her kind of playing into it, you notice Bremia pretty quickly. She has like a candied apple in her hand, and she's actually turned and is walking towards the west in this moment. But beyond that, yeah, you just see more food stalls.
Yeah, I was looking for the meatiest meat.
And Raiden will... Wait, I don't think I actually... At least it doesn't have it on my thing here. Do I have a handful of gold? Do we start with it or not? I can't remember.
Yeah, everyone should have at least one handful of gold. I'll open up your sheet just to make
Unless
sure.
you gave it to the kids, didn't you guys get gold?
No, he got a potion instead of gold.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Go to your equipment page. Yep, you have a handful of gold.
I don't see it there on the equipment page.
It's right on the top. If not, I can always mark it off if you do use it. So I'll take it.
Okay. Yep. Then Raiden's gonna get a beer from that one stall, and then get that pork sandwich dealio, and then he's gonna find himself somewhere to sit that he can still see the vast majority of the area. He has zero plans in partaking in this dance competition.
Okay, so the moment you go to get the beer first, it's just a younger lady, and she's kind of, she's wearing like just regular, outfit. It's brown, dark, muted colors, and she looks at you with a tired face, and she's like, do you want the pint, or do you want the child size mug?
Child size? Excuse me?
Yes, this is a festival after all, and kids are allowed to sample the beer.
I thought you meant child size mug, as in like the mug was the size of a kid.
Oh,
Like a
Scale.
boot.
No.
dear Lord, that would be a very big mug.
It'd be a tub
Uh,
at that point.
Yeah. Regular size, and it is this person that's working this stall attractive?
No, she's just normal, average looking.
Okay, so he's not gonna channel his inner Joey then. Then he would, yeah, just a standard adult size beverage.
Pretty
Okay.
sure a barrel is a child size.
And they do come with the free brisket if you'd like. We can give you a slice of brisket with it for a handful of gold.
Yes, please.
One moment, it'll be a second. And then you watch this older guy come from the back of this stall. He's wearing an apron that's all bloodied and stuff. Probably because he's like butchering a pig or something. And he's wiping his hands on it and he looks to you. He's like, "Oh, you're getting the brisket, huh? You're in for a treat."
Like, the good treat?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't eat those carrots. This is the better deal. Just don't go to the carrot stall. I kind of heard rumors that they're rotting in the fields, so good choice on the brisket. Let's just put it that way. And then you hear the woman say, "Stop trying to sell the brisket. I'm sure the carrots are just fine. Don't listen to him. He's always trying to make a woman. Please, I'm trying to do something here. Call me woman one more time. I'll be slapping you at the back of my hand."
All right.
Gee.
Just the beer and the brisket, please.
Oh, sorry you had to hear that. Women, right? She's like, "I told
Kind
you."
of raises his eyebrow and makes eye contact between the guy and the woman. Doesn't say a word. Doesn't want to get involved.
Probably smart. She comes out. She gives you the beer mug. She puts the plate of brisket in front of you, and then you watch her like clench her fist and punch her husband right in the gut. And she's like, "I told you, don't call me woman in front of other people. Disrespect me again, and it'll be your face." And the guy's like, "Oh, yes, honey. Sorry." And he goes in the back. You hear a grown man crying in the back.
Kind of raises the mug and the plate and kind of gesturing of thanks and gets the hell out of Dodge.
Okay. And then Vaeryndel, what would you like to get at this festival?
The most protein thing I can find.
They are selling a full, so they have a roasted pig on a spit, and they are literally chopping it up, pretty much in the same vicinity as where he just got his brisket. Thank you there, Crits and Giggles. Appreciate that. So yeah, you guys will get, you hear you find the stall. It's next to the brisket stall, and you see like this huge pig on a spit. It's turning slowly. There is another butcher there, but he's kind of a quiet type, and he just looks up at you, kind of knowingly. I mean, he's looking at your size, and he just gives you a nod, Vaeryndel.
Yep. How much? For how much?
A handful of gold for a leg.
Just a leg? It's quite a bit of gold.
I mean, I could probably get you a deal on the beer too next door. We have kind
Empty
of a
calories.
partnership.
Can't do it. Nope.
Oh, I mean, I guess I could maybe give you the stomach.
Best whatever has the highest protein, not fat.
Okay. He looks over the pig, kind of is putting his fingertips over it, kind of eyeing the stomach. He's looking at the leg. He's combing the palm of his hand across it. He's like, I think we could probably work with this. And you watch him slice like part of like the side of the pig, puts on a big plate. It's a large amount of meat, and he puts it in front of you. He's like, I think this will do.
Indeed. Hand over the handful.
And he walks, because the tents are kind of like these little stalls are kind of interconnected. He just raises his hand, points the index finger to you. Still quiet, not much, saying much more. He walks into the other stall, disappears for a second. You hear a lady go, "You're coming over here now after you just heard me punch my husband." And he's like, "I have a customer. We had a deal." "Fine, here." He walks back over to his stall. He's like, puts the beer in front of you. He's like, "On the house."
Thanks. Walk over to Ryden. There's your double.
Okay. And then in this moment, I'll let you guys roll one more time here. I'm going to have you guys do a instincts roll for me. This is just to kind of see if you can sense or perceive anything in your general vicinity while you guys are enjoying your meal. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Wow.
With fear.
Yeah, you hear a gentleman talking to a younger gentleman. They're both wearing farmer attire. And one of them says, "Old Merrick swears his goats have barely touched their hay this morning. He blames the new feed from the northern pen. It's probably nothing. I mean, it goes along with those rumors about the carrots being bad, the oxen making weird noises at night, and then the houses making like some sort of musical hum. I don't know what all that's about, but I feel like this town is just needs rumors to live. I think they just need a pulse to keep things interesting." And the other guy's like, "Yeah, I feel like backwater towns like ours, we just need something interesting. So yeah, it's probably just a story, man." Older guy goes, "Yep. Hey, you want to go grab that beer?" "Yeah, that sounds great, sir." "All right, let's go. It's on me." "Oh, awesome." And they both kind of walk away from you guys. Now I'll pan the spotlight back to the other three. Bremia, you still are making your way. I'm going to ask this of Geller. Geller, are you, because you're kind of sneaking up on the other two, are you moving at a moderate pace or are you moving at a slower pace to kind of keep yourselves disguised at a better advantage?
Probably at a slower pace since they're also, at least according to what I'm looking at, in a more open area.
Perfect. Then I will say, Bremia, since you are trying to catch up to them really quickly, or not quickly, but you are moving at a faster pace than Geller, I will also have you roll an instincts just to see if you could perceive him from maybe a distance. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss someone with, I'm assuming, fiery red hair. Is that pretty accurate, Geller?
You got bright orange red hair.
Yeah, so it's probably noticeable in this kind of environment. So it's a very simple roll. It's just going to be a little 5, which you do fine. Yeah, you notice Geller. But with an 18, I'll say you notice that he is moving in a deliberate way that may be indicating that he is following something or someone because of the way he's like moving. It's not like that normal walking pace. It's more of that, hey, I'm trying to be sneaky.
Brimia sees Geller and immediately starts to raise her hand and call out, but then realizes he's trying to be sneaky. So she kind of crouches down and moves toward him, and like she's trying to sneak as well.
Perfect. Go ahead. I'll have you roll a. Still getting used to these finesse. Still getting used to these attributes. So used to Star Wars. Geez.
And I don't really care if he notices me. So, but so just to be clear, like as I'm sneaking up on him.
Yeah, no. We could say that as you're sneaking up on him, maybe you get close enough where you can make like a very subtle audible noise. All you have to do is beat a 10 because right now Arve and Thistle are definitely looking forward at this point with their objectives. So.
10 with hope.
Okay, that's barely, but hey, a success is a success, right? So, yeah, you catch up to Geller, and then you slow your pace just behind him. And Geller, you can hear the subtle footsteps coming up on your rear.
He sort of turns his head, looking over his shoulder. You can kind of see his bright green eye looking at you. And as he sees you, he kind of, if she gets close enough, he sort of waves his hand as sort of a magical sparkling mist appears and like dissipates toward you. And you hear him in your head. Hi there.
Has Bermia ever experienced that before?
I don't know. I guess that would be between you and him.
Probably. We've been together for some time.
Okay, so she's not surprised by that. And she mouths back, hi, and waves.
Does message allow them
these
to?
two as they seem to be on the same track as we are.
Does that ability let her speak to you also through the mind?
That's a good question. I can to open a line of mental communication with one target you can see.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like she can actually communicate with you in that telepathic link.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
I spent a hope to that.
Okay, and so I hear, did you just say that you were following them?
Yes, they are on the same objective as we are, trying to figure out what's going on. I would have gone in with them, but they seem rather adverse to my presence.
Yeah, well, picking someone up without their consent might do that.
I was just trying to help.
I know. So what have they found anything?
They seemingly spoke to the oxen, as they are able to have abilities that do such a thing, but not sure they gleaned anything worthy of investigating. They do seem to move with a purpose.
Never know. Maybe the oxen know something we don't. Well, I learned some more, but I don't know if it's related to this. Apparently, there's some shadow in the eastern fields that people have been seeing. That doesn't seem good.
Shadows, you say?
Yeah, a humanoid on all fours, moving among the eastern fields.
I see. Well, once we're done seeing what they discover, perhaps we can head over there.
You know, I could go talk to them. I don't think they're mad at me yet.
He raises his brow.
What? I haven't done anything.
I suppose. Do as you wish.
Okay. So Remy will make her way away from him and then stand up. She's got her apple. She'll just start walking with a purpose across the field towards Thistle and Arve, eating the candied apple.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say Thistle's probably taking point in their little march. So Arve, you probably can hear like the shuffling of feet coming up behind you.
Okay, her ear will twitch slightly, and she'll turn to see what the noise is to make sure it's not the ox sneaking up on them or charging them or anything. And she'll see that it's Brimia, right? She's close enough.
Oh yeah. Romia is probably, you're probably moving with a little bit more purpose now. I'm assuming, right?
I am. Brimia is.
Okay, yeah, you definitely can see Bremia now.
Okay. Erve will wave to her and then sort of gesture for her to join them.
Brimia waves back real big and kind of quickens her pace to catch up with them.
Thistle, while Arave stopped, did you stop?
I imagine Thistle's moving a little bit more focused on trying to figure out what's going on, so I wouldn't say she's necessarily stopped.
Okay, I'm spending a fear here in this moment because you are now going through the oxen's pen. I'm gonna actually have you roll a athletics check for me. So it's gonna be an agility roll here for me, Thistle. And the DC is going to be a 13. My first dark side. Or fear hope spent. Jeez. Dark side. Okay, great. So as you're focused forward towards the cliff, you step through like a big patch of grass. But before you fully commit the weight of your step or your footfall on it, you feel that it's starting to sink, and you literally react and pull back almost instinctively as you watch like this darker, it's almost a brown colored patch of grass just sink down into a hole. And it falls probably, if you were counting seconds, it would probably been like 6 seconds until you hear a bloop, 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 kind of echo back from the little hole.
And Thistle just kind of gasped for a second and said, "Me oh my, what's going on?" I know, I didn't know what to say there. Thistle's like moves back from where she was trying to step, and she like looks in front of her and around her, and she's kind of now feels like, okay, there's weak spots in the ground, so she's trying to figure out what's going on. So she's actually gonna get down on her knees and kind of feel the ground around her.
Sure. Go ahead, do a knowledge check for me because you're analyzing the ground. It will be, again, a 13 difficulty. I was going to make it a little higher, but because you're a druid, I'm giving it a little bit lower DC on this one.
Would it be knowledge or would it be instinct? Because it is a natural environment, and it is her druid thing is instinct.
You're analyzing, though. So that's where the knowledge is coming into play. You're analyzing the ground.
Okay, she's analyzing, she's not perceiving.
Correct. So think of it as like an investigation check versus a perception check. The investigation check is more like a focused study of something, whereas the perception is like a broader, you're trying to perceive something. You've already perceived it, so now you're investigating.
Gotcha.
But you do great. So with this, as you're kind of like combing your hand over this area, you pull back some of the blades of the grass and you see seeping through the soil like a liquid is like this gray kind of like soup like matter. While it looks like it's a liquid, you notice that at the base of the blades of grass that it's touching, it's actually like sticking to it.
Okay, she's looking at it, and she's looking at it on her hand, and she's gonna sniff it just to see what it smells like.
Horrible. Horrible. It smells like raw sewage from like a septic tank. It's terrible.
So it doesn't smell natural to her because she'd be very familiar like with the smells of like a swamp and everything.
Yeah, this does not sit well with you.
She's gonna stand back up and she's kind of looking around. I think what she's gonna do is she's gonna look around. Is there like any like flora around her?
Nope. It's an open field with just a lot of grass. They got some hay piles built up so the ox can eat more freely from it. But there's no like wildflowers. It seems to be a very curated plot of land.
Okay. All right. She is going to, let me see. I think what she'll do is she's going to try to use her wild touch, and she's going to touch the ground where that kind of whatever liquid material is, and she's going to try to make a flower grow.
Oh, okay. And what's the description on that ability?
You perform harmless, subtle effects that involve nature, such as causing a flower to rapidly grow, summoning a slight gust of wind, or starting a fire. Okay.
Okay, so I will say with this, you can do an instincts roll. Because there's going to be a little resistance on this. It's going to be a 12 difficulty. Yeah. So as you're trying to create this flower, you watch it force its way through. This isn't something that's you've ever experienced before, where when you're doing this nature craft, usually it just a little flower just blooms without any like give. But this thing is like you watch it struggle, and when it does bloom, it doesn't blossom. It literally it stays closed, and the first time, probably ever since you've used this craft, you notice on the edges of the petals they're blackened and browned, and even the stem of the flower looks like it's brittle and about to fall apart.
Thistle is just really kind of a little bit shaken at this, and she watches this flower she's trying to conjure. Basically, as she's conjuring it, all apart for the most part because it's not forming like it needs to. And she begins to look back at Arve, and she just kind of says, "Friend, there's something unnatural about this area. I'm not feeling so great, and I don't think it's the pie."
And that's when you notice Bremia there too.
She looks at Bremia, and her eyes widen a little bit, and she's like, "Oh, and she kind of gets up and she wipes her paws off and looks at Bremia and says, "I didn't expect any company out here, but nice to see you. We got a little bit of a problem, it would seem."
Remia smiles and waves and finishes chewing her bite of apple and nods and says, "Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of things that are strange around here from the people on the island. What are you seeing?"
And Thistle's gonna gesture back to I'm gonna say the flower that she's conjured that's beginning to like almost fall apart. And she's just and where she's felt the traces of like the goo and the space where the kind of ground went down in front of her, and she's gonna be like, there's some unnatural happenings over this way. Not even my nature's touch seems to be doing anything to grow a simple flower. I'm a bit worried about everything that's going on." And then she gestures to the oxen, and she's just like, "And my friends, they've been hearing some weird noises over that cliff." And she just gestures over that way. "Something ain't right."
Remia will walk towards that little patch with the flower and kind of kneel down and look at it. Would anything trigger her arcane sense? It senses the presence of magical people or objects, like other than the people around her.
Oddly enough, the ground itself has the faintest hint of magic, but the most magic properties you get are off of people that surround you. They have potions on them; those have magic traces to them. They've got magical items on them; those probably have magic traces on them, obviously. So you probably are sensing more from the people around you, but you do get a general sense that there is some mystic nature to what's beneath you, but it's not shining as brightly as you probably had hoped when you're doing this detection.
Remy would kind of look at Thistle and say, "There's something there. It's like a little bit of magic. It's not very strong, but..." And she gestured towards the apartment building that's kind of across the fields behind them. She's like, "But they were saying, that there was humming coming from under the floor over there in that building. And I know we're in the western fields now, but over in the eastern fields, they're saying there's shadows moving around. So I don't know what's going on, but there's definitely something here."
Thistle looks to Arve, and she gestures and she says, "Friend, maybe we should talk to more of the animals. See if we can find some lively plants. Somebody who could tell us more about what they're feeling. Kind of feel like we have to be a little bit of a doctor here to figure out what's happening to the soil."
Arve bows her head and agrees. Excuse me. She said, "Well, where do you want to start? Because we also have over the cliff to inspect as well. And at this point, can I do a perception check to see if there's anybody following Bremia?"
That's fair, unless Geller just shows himself.
Nah, I'm still hiding.
Okay. Yeah, I think enough time's passed that we can allow that. Though I am going to give you a little bit of a you're going to be at a disadvantage there, Arave, so you're going to roll at disadvantage because you are technically engaged in a conversation, so you are slightly distracted in this moment. So you'll roll at disadvantage your instinct, and then I will have Geller roll just finesse with no advantage.
There's a hope for my soldier thing.
Yep, your soldier's thing still applies. Yep. Oh no! Yeah, she catches you.
No.
Yeah, you see well, describe how you're hiding in this moment, Geller, and then that way it might give like a hint on how Arve picked you up.
I don't exactly know where I'd be in this scene.
There's like hay
But,
bales, there's barrels that they have like fresh water in, things like that.
I probably would be in the bushes just beyond the fence. Probably standing out pretty well with my hair on the green.
Yeah, we'll say his beard kind of sticks out, and while from afar they might look like maybe flowers, he's not terribly far from you, and it looks just really out of place.
Perhaps some sunlight glints off his glasses.
That could be too.
Yeah. Peeks through the clouds above.
Right. So Arve just gestures to him to come on with the rest of them. I was
See
going
his
to
form
do something else and I
jump
forgot.
slightly. Sort of look down and
just
see him sigh. He could start walking out of the bushes.
She just chuckles. You know, a lot of people would not realize that this partial fungal or fungal person would have that keen of a sense.
He makes his way through the fence and over to the girls over here.
Yep, you are now with
Now
the girls.
Okay. Now Thistle, try to be nice. He's probably here to investigate just like we are.
And Thistle just kind of go like, me? Are you losing it, Shermie? I've been nothing but nice. And then she looks over at Geller and she says, I wasn't the one who tried to pull up a lady's pants over her head and throw her off a ship. And then she also looks over to the ground and just shakes her head and she says, but we gotta do some serious work here. I'll leave the inappropriate shenanigans that Mr. Dwarf Man did to the side for now. But I don't want you thinking that I've forgotten. And she kind of waggles her finger at him before turning back. And she's going to try to figure out a firm path if she can try to continue going forward like she was, but try to not fall into a hole.
Brimmy will gesture towards Geller and try to pull him over and point to the grass so he can see that too.
As she pulls me over and points, I see it, but then I look back up to Thistle. If it's any consolation, I was only trying to make sure your next volley of vomit didn't land on anyone else. And I was picking you up by your hood, not your trousers. But I do apologize.
Thistle's like not even looking at him. But I would say Arve, because Arve knows Thistle, can just almost see her actual hairs like tense up as he speaks. Like she's not trying not to address him, but you can tell that she's just like, oh, I want to conjure a bird to poop on this guy's head so bad.
Yeah, Arve's just shaking her head and trying not to laugh but grateful that Thistle keeps her jovial. So she looks at Bremia and Geller and is like, if you have this for now, then I'm going to go with Thistle, and we're going to go talk to some of the animals and a couple of the plants to see if we can deduce anything else. The ox, from what I understand, said that there were loud noises over the cliff last night. So loud that he was trying to get them to be quiet by bellowing and lowing louder than them to make them be quiet. So I don't know what you want to do, but this is what we're going to do for now before we go down there.
And Thistle's gonna speak up, and she's just gonna say, "Shroomy, we're gonna actually try to head up over this cliff. We'll see if we can find some plants up there, but there's no flowers or anything to speak to here, and they know the soil best than anything else is gonna be." And then she says, "Because they speak." And then she just kind of continues going. She said that specifically because Geller had mentioned earlier he didn't think they spoke.
He chuckles and just... I did also learn something that you might be interested in earlier.
Arve pauses long enough to listen.
I was investigating the apartment over here, under some rumors that there was a humming noise beneath his floor. Old Tom, I met with him, and I found that there was a sort of grayish substance, much like there is underneath these flowers on his floor.
Hmm. I'll make sure Thistle hears that.
And then, at least from my experience, I deduced that it's possible that this substance is the result of a cursed location, so to speak.
Hmm. I wonder if it's just potholes like this in areas or if it's all under the ground here.
I suppose checking the east would also help determine if it's localized to this area or not.
Right. And whether or not it has anything to do with, I think I heard something about currents going weird places. I'm not sure. I thought it was just in passing if I did.
Correct. We've been investigating that as well. We plan to ask more about that at the docks. The wharf master.
Okay. Um, well, where would you like to meet up so that we can split into two teams, I guess, maybe, and do some more investigating and then share what we find?
Indeed. But more manpower would perhaps be more necessary as we have 3 different leads. Perhaps we can get Mr. Winnick in Orvane with us.
That would be helpful, indeed. See if they've heard anything because they've been in town longer than the rest of us.
Should we meet back in town once we're done in our respective places?
How much longer until the next festivity?
There's a folk dance challenge coming up pretty soon. I think it should be starting, I don't know, not long from now for sure.
Yeah, about probably 15 minutes have passed, so probably another 10 minutes they might start gathering people. So very soon.
If you think 10 minutes is enough time, could meet up after that.
Yeah, I think we'll need more than 10 minutes. Well, if Thistle and Arve are going over the cliff, what do you want to do? Geller, should we head down to the docks, or did you need to get whoever those guys were?
Let us go ask on the docks, and we'll go talk to Vaeryndel and Raiden as well, and have them check out what's going on over in the east. Perhaps actually we could instead split off, since I can... Actually, GM, does my connection last at any distance, or is it only when I'm seen? Like it says, this connection lasts until your next rest, or you cast telepathy again. Does that mean I could communicate with her from anywhere?
Yeah, I'll say, because there's a couple abilities like that. We'll say the initial connection, you have to have visual cue of them. But as long as you made that connection, then yeah, until your next short or long rest, then you're fine. You can talk at any distance.
All right. So we could split off into pairs with the warriors and sort of head off that way. And I could speak to you from the east or at the wharf, depending on which way we decide.
Okay, sounds good. So we're heading back to the festival to find them?
Yes.
She looks over at Arve. All right, well, you two be careful on the cliffs.
We will be, thank you. And Instead of meeting directly in town, I would suggest outside of town so we don't depending on what we find, we don't raise flags for the inhabitants.
I will say on your trip here, you all were given customary rooms at the tavern by an unknown benefactor. And every one of you were given a room at this tavern by the same benefactor, and none of you know their name.
That's mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
Not sketchy at all.
Not at all. What could go wrong with a benefactor? But none of you also know that you all have rooms at the same tavern, but there's that too.
But we know we have rooms.
Yeah, you'll have rooms for tonight from that unknown benefactor.
Would at least Erave and Thistle know
Yeah, you
each
guys
other
both
do.
you got the same invitation from this unknown individual. And I will say that Vaeryndel and Raiden probably got presented also a single letter because they were drinking at a bar and a cloaked individual gave them this, and it was probably enough of a nudge to head this direction anyways because hey, free food, so drink, great. So they went along with it. It was probably also the push for you and Thistle to head out, and for Geller and Bremir. I mean, for Geller, it was probably he's just traveling anyways. So hey, free room, cool. I get to go to this island, awesome. So it makes sense, but the reason why you got this doesn't make sense, and none of you really got an answer from the letter you were given. And if your characters had asked the question to the deliverer, they literally wouldn't have known either because they said that they were paid just to deliver the message. So there's that. You do all have the same room in the same tavern in town, just different rooms. And yeah. So what you do with that? You do with that.
So if nobody minds missing the dance, then perhaps in about an hour we'll meet back up at the tavern.
That sounds good to me. I don't need to dance.
Is Thistle still with us, or is she just on her own merry way now?
Yep, she's just left y'all.
Okay, so Erave is going to speak for both of them and say that's fine.
Gives you a nod. Let us go, Bremia.
And Bremia will follow Geller.
Erave will turn and try to catch up with Thistle, making sure she doesn't step in any of that brown or gray goo as she does.
Sure.
Good
So,
luck.
You too. We'll see you in an hour.
Now I'm going to shift the spotlight back to Raiden and Vaeryndel because they patiently waited here. So, Vaeryndel, after you ate your hearty meal, Raiden also probably had his fill. Raiden would watch you kind of get up and head towards one of the clothing stalls, and this burly kind of man. He's not fat. He's more kind of built, but not quite as built as you. And he goes, "Oh, looking for something to wear this fall season, hmm?"
No, just for a few minutes.
A few
I wanted
minutes.
to go through the crowd and see if I could pick little bits and bobs using charm.
Oh, okay. Well, what are you looking for? If I have it.
Furs and a hat at least.
Fur and well, give me a second here. Okay, well, I've got this. It's a pelt. It could work as a cloak. It's from a bear that was hunted off the mainland. He shows you this hefty pelt. He's wrong. It's not a bear pelt. It's actually a wolf pelt. And it actually has already been treated. And at closer examination, you actually can also see a clasp where it could actually function really as a cloak. But he's squinting, which kind of gives an indicator that he might not be able to see very clearly. And so he's like, yeah, I think this bear pelt would be perfect for a guy your size.
I think you might have a size down on me, sir.
Oh, yeah, you're a little
I hold it
big.
up. Hold it up to my neck. It goes like just past my waist. A pea cape maybe.
I mean, it's fashionable. A lot of nobles on the mainland wear like half capes and shoulder capes.
Put my arm through the clasp, through the hole, and just flex. It's about the same size.
That's impressive.
Don't think this is gonna work.
Let me see. I might have one more thing for you. He rummages through it again. He's like, how about this? It's pretty much the same thing. He's like, this looks like it's big enough for you.
And it's absolutely not, I'm assuming.
No, it's literally the same size as the wolf cloak that you're holding in your hands.
No, sir, I thank you for your time. And I'll turn towards the crowd. And I'll just start, I'm going to look for little bits and bobs that I can go through the crowd and charm and ask if I can borrow it. I'm essentially just trying to put together an outfit.
To borrow.
To borrow, not to take.
All right, I
Part
guess
of the show is away.
you see someone that has like a kind of like those, I guess it is more like a Russian styled like top hat kind of. It's got the fur and stuff. It looks like it's for winter, but doesn't have the flaps over the ears. It's more like almost like a military type winter hat, and it's got like the flap top and everything. And it's actually being worn by a younger man, and he does look like he's also visiting the island from afar. He's just looking over the crowd like, huh, this is fun, I guess.
I'm going to approach him and make him feel like he's the center of the world. I'm going to praise him, bow at him, and ask him for his hat.
Why would you like my hat?
It's for my next performance, and I will return it immediately afterwards.
Oh, are you going to be dancing for the crowd?
If I can do it, if I can get my get up right.
You know what? Why not? I need to be entertained, and this is just military regulations from the north. So sure, he gives you this hat. He's like, I can get another one if you happen to keep it. It's fine. I have no sentimental
I'm
value
gonna make
to it.
I'm gonna make a big thing of it, and I'm just gonna pull it off his hat and with a flourish, pull off his head and put it on mine. Probably won't fit, but still.
Yeah, it's like if you had a bald spot, it'd be great for that. But yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
cover your head.
More like a yarmulke than anything. But
Yeah,
it works for the aesthetic.
it does.
And then I'm gonna go through and try to find a very flashy scarf.
You see one on a clothesline. It's got it's muted colors. It's very like earth tones, like greens and browns and tans. It's got like a simple pattern to it, like stripes. Nothing too fancy.
With a booming voice, I'll be like, "Whose is this beautiful piece of cloth?"
You see a younger teenager go, "That's mine, sir." Why?
Now, I brought it for my performance. I'll return it directly after.
That's weird. Ma, this guy wants my scarf. And this lady walks out with a broom, and she's like, "Why do you want my son's scarf?"
It's for a entire costume. It's for my performance heading into the next thing.
She chuckles at you, and she looks around. The festive environment's kind of easing her mom instincts at the moment. She's like, "Okay. And you promised to give it back to my son when you're done?"
Directly.
Very well. You could take it. You're a strange fellow, but go ahead.
Take the scarf and wrap it around my neck with a very big flourish. And then I'm going to find small bits of fur if I can.
The only fur places with that other guy. He has like all these pelts and cloaks. He seems to be the only one that's carrying a bunch of like these furs in this kind of environment.
That won't. That it doesn't matter. He won't give me what I need. I'm gonna take my boots and put my pants in them and fluff them out, and do the same with my blouse around my bracers. So I'm
Okay.
very fluffy and ready to dance.
All right. And then Raiden, what are you doing? You're watching your friend, probably while you're sitting still. You're probably kind of watching him do his little prance, I guess, around this square.
Raiden's just kind of from afar, just watching, honestly, and kind of chuckling to himself, especially when the mother comes out with the broom and how he manages to convince them to borrow the scarf.
When you're sitting there, that kid from the pie eating contest walks up to you and he's like, "Hey, you know that guy over there?" And he points to Vaeryndel.
Never seen him before.
Really? He was just eating with you.
No.
Are you lying to me?
Depends. What are you asking?
Well, I think it would be pretty cool to see his friend also join in on the festivities coming up.
The dance competition, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, no. No, thank you.
Why, you got 2 left feet, mister?
Exactly.
Really? Well, that's a disappointment.
It's really quite unfortunate, but I'd be happy to watch the competition. I won't be joining.
Well, it's a shame. I heard the prize this year is pretty good. Oh, well, I guess you're too proud of a person to deal with this, huh?
What's the prize?
It's a secret. What's the fun in a prize if you aren't going to participate?
Better motivation if I know what it is.
Let's just say you'll be disappointed if you don't get it.
Not intriguing enough.
Oh, well, you're a loss. He kind of walks away in a happy beat. He walks up to Vaeryndel. He's like, "Hey, you.
What?
Your friend's boring."
He's quiet. He requires lots of beer to be fun.
Oh, he's the brooding type.
No, he's more the brewing type.
Oh,
And just laugh and walk away.
really? What's that? Kid laughs. He's like,
This poor kid's getting an education right now.
yeah, he's like, brewing. I don't know what that means, but that's funny. Well, I will say the dance competition will go off then, since we have a taker for it. So let me get that information here. All right, so in this space, people start to spread out a little bit, and they're forming like a square in the square. And there are couples that are going to dance, and there's singles as well. Some are very dressed up, some are just wearing farm clothes, and then you have Vaeryndel. Vaeryndel, I'm going to give you an advantage on your first roll for this dance, but let me introduce it, I suppose, first. A woman walks out. She kind of has like silver threaded braids, kind of that stride into braids. She kind of strides into this area, and she stands on a wooden platform, and she takes center stage on this platform, and then she claps her hands together, and then she does it in almost like a rhythmic, like a rhythm precision. Like her hands are, making a beat, and she says, "Ho there, festival goers! Clear a space, stretch your legs, and ready your spirits, because the folk dance challenge is about to begin." And then she continues on. "Many years ago, when Hearthvale wintered, through the harshest snows in living memory, it was a dance that kept our hearts alight. Old Amaria Willastride herself taught our ancestors these steps, lively patterns meant to chase away cold, sorrow, and silence. And so we honor her wisdom in dance. And then she points to the three judges off the stage. To ensure fairness of this festivity, our esteemed judges out here will watch every footfall and flourish. First, we have Edrin Talomir, master of steady rhythm. He'll be watching your timing. And then next, we have Tavora Crestwind, whose sharp eyes for creativity is unmatched. She'll be judging your originality of your moves. And finally, Master Helen Vorst, an old soldier, but a finer dancer than he pretends to be. He'll be scoring your grace, form, and presence. To the top three dancers will walk away with fine prizes and bragging rights for the whole year. Don't worry, if you're new, the dance favors heart over perfection. And so, brave performers, please step forward. Let the music guide you. Let your feet speak boldly. And above all, dance as though winter itself is watching. The folk dance challenge is about to begin. So anyone that can hear this, which would be also Bremia and Geller as they're walking into the scene, the four of you actually will now have a chance to participate in the dance-off. So if you're participating, step onto the stage.
Varellus will step on.
Looks like Varellus is participating.
Indeed. But where else is the big guy there?
Yes, the one with the glowing eyes and the unusually large frame.
Oh, okay.
We should go speak to Raiden.
Lead the way.
All right, so you
Go
guys,
to try to find Raiden.
it's not hard to find Raiden. Raiden stands out in this crowd. A, he's not wearing farmer's gear. B, he tends to stay to himself a lot. You find him relatively quickly, but we'll say while you're finding him, the dance is actually going to go off first here. So just to keep it flowing, the announcer goes, all right, so brave performers, let the music guide you, let your feet speak boldly, and above all, dance as though winter is watching. The challenge now begins. And she claps her hands 3 times and then stomps her left foot. And then you hear celloists and banjo players and like a few drummers kind of making some folk music. And the first round of dancing goes on. So this first round will be your timing, your rhythm, your timing. So this will be based off of your we will say it'll be based off your presence. It'll be a presence roll. 10 or higher, since you're by yourself in this competition, there will be no opposing. You just have to beat DCs for this, Varellus. So we'll say 10 or higher for this first part to set your rhythm and your motion.
Roger. And I got, I forget, advantage from that?
You do get advantage
On my
because you took time to address your attack.
That was 16, but I didn't add any to my stuff, so
Right.
and it didn't get advantage.
Still succeeds though. So, so you succeed and you start. Well, describe how you're setting your motion and your tempo.
My tempo, I'm trying to stay almost exactly on tempo. I feel a little bit behind, but my flourishes look amazing.
Okay, and then the next check is going to be based on your creativity. So your originality. This will also be based off of the same presence roll. You're gonna be doing a performance.
Roger, I'm gonna use the Trey Village Best Built Lad Championship and pull in my inner champion.
Okay.
And gain my hope right back.
Nice. So, you go ahead and describe what creativity you're bringing to this scene, like what original moves you're bringing to the forefront.
So, like the Russian kick, I'll drop down on my hands, kick up, do the spin around that they do as well. Just keeping right on rhythm.
Perfect. People are starting to clap, stomp their feet around you. It's kind of making the area pretty loud, so any conversations that would be happening right now would be very hard to understand anyways. And then your last roll, this will be a 15 difficulty because this is going to be bringing everything together, and you're going to be, it's going to be the combination of your grace, your form, and your overall presence now.
Roger, and I'm gonna try to be the champion, even though I'm only one in the comp.
I mean, there's a bunch of NPCs for sure. But...
That's true too.
Nice.
Excellent.
How do you finish it off? How do you complete your entire dance?
I spin around 4 times and do a backflip and land on the last note.
I'm just picturing this big guy doing this. Yeah. Okay. Everybody in the audience that is currently watching you, and I will say that includes Raiden, Bremia and Geller, I will ask you, and I will put this in good faith. Would your focus be purely on finding Raiden, or would you be taking a peek at this big guy?
Geller would be more so just trying to get to Raiden. As he has showed no interest in the dance competition and is more focused on what's going on behind the scenes in this nice little town.
Okay. Then you, Bremia?
Brimi is trailing Geller, and she does have her attention split between following him because she doesn't know who Raiden is, and the stage because it's fascinating watching the dance.
Okay, so everybody in the audience that is watching, and I will include you, Bremia, you guys, I'm going to give Raiden, Vaeryndel, and Bremia, just make a note on somewhere that you can keep track of this. But I'm going to give you a homebrewed thing. I'm going to give you a inspiration token, and this will allow you to re-roll a dice, but you'll have to accept the re-roll. So if you fail, it might be good to spend, and it will expire the moment you use it, because you feel inspired. As long as you're in Hearthvale, it won't expire, but the moment you leave this town, it will be gone. So just make a note of that. Because you're inspired by this large guy doing all these flips and all this like agile movement that someone who's almost 7 feet tall shouldn't be able to do, but somehow this guy is doing it. It's inspiring.
Frightening.
Nice.
You ever seen a defensive tackle do a backflip?
No.
That's
All I
pretty
got
much what that
playing
would
in my
happen.
head- All I got playing in my head is that Rah Rah Rasputin song.
I got that Russian song stuck in my head.
Yep.
But yeah, so once you finish, the crowd goes wild, and the judges talk to themselves. They talk to the announcer, and the female who announced all this and gave a little bit of the lore. She walks up on the stage. She looks at every single dancer, and then her eyes lock onto you, Vaeryndel, and she goes, "Well, I think it's clear, audience, that we have ourselves a winner." And she stands next to you, and she just kind of taps you on the elbow to like lift your arm, because she is certainly not going to try to lift your arm over your head.
I'll do a bow and then raise and do a fist up.
Congratulations, and what should we call you, sir?
Varellus Orvane.
Varellus Orvane, the champion of the dance, the king of the harvest, the purveyor of all goodwill. Here is your prize. And she offers you a choice here. She's like, you may choose between the handful of gold or what's in the box.
It's always the box.
It's in the
It will
bag.
always be the box. And every time you say it, 7 goes off in my head.
Box.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
So in the box, this one actually has a charm potion in it. And what that does, it'll give you a +1 to your next presence roll when consumed. It's like a small little Orbis looking vial, and it has like a pinkish purple liquid in it that has like a galaxy like effect to it, like sparkles a little bit.
Marked.
Yep. And the crowd starts to disperse, even though a couple of the kids really want your autograph, so they're bringing like loose sheets of parchment up with quills that they stole from their homes, and they're trying to get your autograph, Morellis.
I'll sign every kid that's there. I will just do everything, and I walk up and while after the kids have stopped signing and asking for the cheers, I'll walk up to the man I borrowed the hat from and say, "Do you want me to sign it?"
No, you should keep the hat. I think it looked great on you.
Excellent, thanks. Then I'll do the same thing with the scarf and go to the mother and her kid.
The mother looks at you, goes, "Why don't you keep the scarf? It's been a long time since I've seen my boy smile like he did, and your show definitely brought a smile. He hasn't smiled since, since his father left."
That is unfortunate, and I will sign anything you want.
No need. The smile was all my child needed.
Excellent. I'll grab him by the shoulders and be like, "You can do it!" And then walk away.
And you hear him in the background, "I can do it!"
Nightmare.
Rah! And he's screaming at the top of his lungs. Everyone can hear him like, "Yeah, I'm the big guy!" And then we're going...
after that,
Oh, go ahead.
After that, I'll start putting on my gear and looking for more food. More than likely.
Someone gives you a chicken leg for free. Cooked chicken.
Sweet.
And a drink.
I'll take that over to Ryden. If it's not beer or alcohol, I will ingest it.
Oh, it is a hefty ale. It's like a honey ale.
I'll walk it right over to Red and slap it on the table.
And that's actually where Geller and Remia would actually be walking into your scene with Ryden. But before we pick up there, I'm going to go back to Thistle and Arve since they've been waiting a bit. And you two make it to the edge of the cliff. When you look over the cliff, you can see the ocean. And you see waves crashing up against the side of the that wall of rock. But you're watching the waves go into in a weird pattern. They're not flowing like they naturally would, like they crash, but it's like they're stuck in like a slow motion, like circular pattern, and then it like goes at a normal rate after like a few seconds. It's like a weird jittering time pause that's being caused by how the currents of the water is like flowing around the island. What would you two like to do?
Arve is gonna be looking for more flowers or any vegetation that's not just grass that looked healthy so that they could speak to it.
You can go ahead and roll a. I'm gonna have you roll instincts for me. It'll be a DC of 18 for this one. Okay. Yeah, you're looking, but because of the way the cliff is so sheer, it almost goes straight down into the ocean, but at a slight angle where eventually you can't even see the edge, like the ending of where the wall of rock meets the ocean. You don't see any flora that stand out to you in this vicinity. Not even on the same tier of where you're standing. It's just grass surrounding you.
She's gonna call over to Thistle, who she had wandered away from a little bit, looking in the sea-ish area, asking if she had had any luck.
Thistle's looking now over the cliffside, and she's trying to discern for herself like what the noises could have been based on what she's seeing.
Yeah, this will be a sense roll, so it'll be another instinct for you. This will also be a relatively higher roll. It'll be about a 16 DC for that. Damn, that was close. Okay. So you, as you're peering over the edge, you're not really looking at maybe necessarily like visual clues at the moment. You're looking more for like the sound of what could have disturbed the oxen. And as you're listening, you hear the crashing, you hear the normal sounds that the ocean would have with interacting with, the flat face of a cliff. But you then faintly hear the 16, the kind of like beating its way through the waves. It's so subtle that it is so easy for someone else to have missed. But it's like this, it's a pattern that's not natural in nature. It's like almost like a radio signal would be like if you were able to perceive such. It's kind of like that little, like a reverberation coming not from the ocean, but somewhere along that edge of that cliff wall, maybe at the point where it's at an angle where you can't quite see beyond that point of where it starts to angle inward onto itself.
Okay, so she hears this. She knows it's coming from the cliff wall. So is it, I'm trying to visualize this. So is it like below them?
Yeah, if you had to picture it, you're on the very top of the cliff, and then it goes straight down, and then it angles like if the island was a person, it would be conclaving into its gut at a certain halfway down. So at that point is where you can't see beyond because the face of the wall just drops off there. But you know that the island is connected, so it's not like it just disappears. So it is, yeah, relatively under you at this point.
Okay. So with that, she just she closed her eyes to kind of get a better sense of the noise, and then she opens them, and she then looks over to Arve, and she says, I think, Shroomy, I think that there's something down there, and she kind of gestures down. And she's like, but I'll be honest, I don't think either of us are equipped to go down there right now. But there's something mystical happening here, and it really don't feel good. And again, it's not the pies. I know I had that incident on the ship, but the pies are not the problem. There's something wrong with this area. And I don't believe in all that mysticism and arcane stuff that them witches and warlocks and sorceries, but I believe what I can hear and what I can see and touch, and something is just not right here. And she seems a little frustrated as she says that, and then she kind of again she's looking around still. She's looking around. She's going to kind of do the same thing that Arave was doing, and she's going to look around to see if there's anything natural, whether it's flora, fauna, or animal nearby that she could try to commune with.
Yep, same roll. So you're going to use the instinct, and it's going to be slightly elevated now since she couldn't find anything in her area. So it's going to be a DC of 20 to see if you can identify any small thing that's not grass.
Can I assist? Oops.
Nope. Already rolled. Okay, so you look around and no. Whatever's going on in this area, I mean, you've seen farmlands before, and they're usually very well cared for, but there's always a weed. There's always something that screams natural rather than like curated by man, in the sense that, you know, hey, this is groomed for like cultivating. But this area seems devoid of anything but grass and the animals that you've already interacted with. I mean, you see the cows and you see the horses that you haven't interacted with, but they're in their pens still. But other than those things, there's nothing else that stands out in this field. It seems extremely curated, whether that's intentional or not.
And with that, Thistle just kind of shrugs her shoulders, and she looks to Arve and she's like, there ain't nothing more we can do here. We'll have to head back, fortunately, and maybe the others will have some help. And if not, then Lordy, we're gonna have to figure a way to get down there. And she just kind of looks back down before kind of looking back to Arve, like, you know, we gotta head back.
Arve is gonna look at this all, and she's gonna look down again. She's going to say, well, it looks fairly healthy up here compared to for over there. Could that sound by any chance be a cave?
And Arve's gonna kind of nod her head a little bit and cock it to the side. She's like, it's possible, Shroomy, but it's hard to see from here. I don't think we'd know unless we went down there ourselves, and I just don't think we can do it by ourselves. I mean, we'll have to get some rope or something, or, well, she tries to think.
Maybe
I guess
we
I
could
could
take
turn
a
it.
ship around.
She's like a ship, and she's like, yeah, if they let us borrow one, I suppose. I could turn into a spider, though, and I could spin a web. What do you think? Should I turn into a spider right now? Maybe I will. What do you think? Would that be smart? I'm trying to be more smart about these things, you know.
Well, if you don't mind doing that, I think you should be okay.
I'll let you roll an instincts check real quick. Thistle, just because of your druidic nature, I'll let you do an instincts check. DC is just 10. Okay, yeah. You feel like a spider on a web going down a cliff where there's a ton of wind might not be very safe.
Oh, we've got wind too. That's right.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's waves and stuff, so.
Arve just kind of sits with that for a second. She's like, nah, if I do the spider, I'm gonna probably get blown away, and Lord knows where I'll end up. And I guess I could become like an octopus or a little jellyfish, but oh my goodness, I'll just go splat down there if I fell this far. And she just kind of thinks to herself, like, I'm just not sure what I can turn into to help out in this circumstance.
What about a seabird?
A seabird.
Uh-huh.
Um,
They're a little bit larger and they can float. They can use the current to keep from falling, plus their wings.
and she's gonna have to think for. She's like, I've never turned into a seabird before. Oh, and she's gonna kind
Well,
of
then,
think for herself. I will, out of character, say she doesn't currently have the. She doesn't have anything specifically. It gives you examples. It doesn't say you can't turn into something, but I know like her next level gives her the ability to turn into a being with wings. So I'm working off the assumption right now she probably couldn't turn into something with wings right now.
Yeah,
sounds
there's
good.
With out of character. So I think what she's going to say is, I really have to be able to picture it in my head to be able to turn into it, you know?
That's okay, Prickly. We can find another way another time to get down there. Let's go. It's getting towards time to go meet up with the others.
She nods, she says, yeah, and maybe after we have a nice home cooked meal and then we get a nice tankard of ale, we'll be right and ready to get down there. And she just kind of smiles and turns on her feet.
What? Not another nice pie? Everybody teases her
She,
lightheartedly.
she just smiles and she says, well, I must say that pie was a lot for a little old me. But, you know, did see that candied apple that one got. I might like a candied apple, as long as it ain't one of them Applebrook apples. And she kind of snuffs at that as they would head back.
And off they go.
all right. So we go back to the 4 people now that you kind of gathered. Right in, you got that nice, big, cool honey ale right in front of you now as well. And then you see Bremia and Geller kind of converging in, as well as Varela's kind of converging in on you right in out of nowhere.
Kind of looks around, sees a giant mug, sees his large friend. You just had to show off, didn't you?
Just one moment.
Oh, did Liz have to step away?
Yeah, sorry about that. Of course, you know me.
Well, I appreciate the outcome. Grabs a hold of the mug and takes a swig.
Anytime, my friend.
Good.
Then he looks at
You are
the
together.
two that have approached.
Now, I know we aren't exactly on friendly terms, but I may need your help.
Well, at least we found ourselves in a neutral place again.
Indeed.
So with that in mind, I bear no ill will towards you. What's going on?
Well, the fungal Arave, Bremia, Thistle, and I have been investigating what's been going on in this town, as there seems to be some sort of mysterious phenomenon occurring specifically in an area around the apartments over there. But we've also heard rumors of shadows over in the forest, as well as we want to ask more about the currents over back at the wharf. Thistle and Arave are currently looking into the cliff, just beyond the apartment. I was hoping you two could team up with us. Perhaps I can go with Raiden to the forest, and Bremia can go with Varelis over to the wharf.
Speaking of weird things, there's a husband and wife where I got my initial meal. husband mentioned something about livestock not eating hay.
The food source.
Yeah.
Well, we did see that there was a substance accumulating over near the fields, so it could be that the crop is being contaminated.
That's possible, but let's not split up. Let's go together.
We should all go to the same place.
Usually works out better for the others.
Indeed, but it is less efficient.
Efficiency's not the game.
Crosses his arms.
Thistle, you said? The halfling?
Yes, the one that looks like a child.
Not part of this group, right?
Brimia speaks up. The other halfling.
Apologies.
Looks down. Oh. Y'all again.
Yeah, I'll go with you guys.
Brimia will telepathically message Geller. I can just go to the docks by myself.
I suppose it shouldn't be dangerous. If we meet anything in the woods, I suppose that'll be more likely there.
Telepathically, I'll respond. I think it's the eastern fields that you're looking for.
The fields.
Yep, that shadow is in the fields.
Very well.
Yeah, I do agree with my large friend. Strange town with strange things afoot. We probably shouldn't split up.
Brimia will smile and wave, say, by the way, I'm Brimia. I'll catch y'all later. She leaves.
He
Flies
shrugs
away.
and takes another swig before standing up.
Or to the
Oh.
fields, then.
I'll finish putting on my gear, slapping the straps, making them tight. And make sure I can move everywhere. Where are we going? Lead on.
As we do.
So the three of you guys are going to the eastern fields, and then Bremia is going to the wharfs by herself.
Yes.
So I will say, for the sake of time here with you guys, we'll say that Bremia, as you're traveling south back towards the wharfs where your ship had docked initially, Thistle and Arve are kind of like creeping up on your flank. Now, I will let them, I'm going to have them roll just a quick instincts roll just to see if they genuinely see you. But if they don't, they don't. It'll be a DC of 10 for them. Because you are small, so. Well, I would say that's a success.
Great.
Yeah, so that's awesome. So both Thistle and Arve notice you, Bremia, heading south.
And do I see them, or are they going to come talk to me?
You don't, because the reason I didn't have you roll, unless you want to try to roll, is because you're probably more focused on just getting to where you need to get to.
Nope, I am focused.
I'll have Thistle say something as she sees Brimia, and she'll just be like, "Howdy, friend."
Brimia stops and turns. Say, "Hey, what'd you find?"
And she looks over to Arve and then back to Brimia and says, "Oh, well, not a lot, but there's some weird noise coming from just below the cliffs. It might be a cave or something." And she kind of tries to imitate the sound, like blood. Like she tries to imitate the sound, but after she does it, she's like, "It actually don't sound that bad, but it is something we probably need to investigate further." But she looks between her and Arve again. "We'll need a little bit more help on that. Perhaps some rope and maybe a boat." And she kind of shrugs. She's like, "But there's definitely something happening over there. Where about you and your dwarf friend?"
Oh, he's heading over to the eastern fields with some taller people. There's they need the shadow, the seeing if it's the same thing as over here with the weird substance. So they're gonna look into that. I'm heading down to the docks. I was gonna ask him about the currents. The fish were acting strange. But maybe we could also ask him about that if there's a cave where you heard the hum, maybe someone's seen it, you know, when they're out on their boats.
Thistle nods. She's like, "That sounds mighty fine. We can do that. And yeah, we've got a specialty talking to animals, so we can talk to a fish or two and see if they know anything."
Ramia's eyes kind of widen just a little bit. She's like, "Yeah, that would be pretty. Yeah, you should do that."
Hervé's letting Thistle take the lead on all of this because she's already talked quite a bit today. So she's feeling the strain in her throat, and she's just standing there petting her snow lynx.
And Thistle just nods, and her and Arve be following Brimia.
All right, well, let's get going. We only got so much daylight.
So you guys head south, and the other three head east. So we'll start with them. As you guys cut your way through the town, there are some winding paths, but it's a small town. So I mean, you get to the eastern field pretty quickly, and you notice in the eastern field there's actually like genuine crops. There's corn. They have some pumpkin patches. They even have a wheat field in the far distance. And there looks like some pathways have been made to allow people to go in between like the rows to maybe harvest and stuff when things are ready. You do see a few people in the fields, but that's what you see. You just see open fields and some farmers amongst them.
Suppose either you are more socially inclined.
I'll walk up to the farmer.
He's kind of like tending to, well, he's on his knees and he's got gloves on and he's not doing what you normally would think a farmer would do with a harvest that looks like it's ready to be harvested, but he's actually seeming to be like closely examining something on the ground. And he looks up because he hears you. I mean, you're kind of a big guy, and he just goes,
I also hailed him.
"Oh, okay." He goes, "Yeah, what's up?" He kind of keeps his hands where they were so he doesn't lose his place.
We're here investigating some strangeness in the fields. What do you happen to be looking at?
Strangeness in the fields. I mean, the crop is doing well. It's just certain areas like this, and he points at the center of like a cluster of like corn stalks, and he's just like, it's just, and he puts his gloved hand into the soil and he lifts it, and you guys watch like this cobwebbed looking grayish substance clings to like his middle and index finger, and it just like slides off of him like what do you call it, the slime that you could get at like the grocery stores and stuff. It's kind of like that consistency, and he's just like, just looking at this, whatever this is.
Flubber.
Definitely flubber. Good movie. Because yeah, I mean this is strange, but I mean the crops overall are doing well, so I don't think it's anything to be alarmed about. I think it's just abnormal stuff.
Geller steps forward. He's like, well, I'm not so sure about your crop. I hear the oxen haven't been eating.
Oh, is that what people are telling you? I think they misheard. I think people are just getting into a frantic mode because of the festive cheer and stuff. I think people are just reading into things too much. The oxen look fine.
Regardless, there is another matter we've come rumors about.
Rumors? Okay. What rumors? I've been busy tending to the crop.
We hear there are shadows, particularly four-legged ones, showing up around here.
I mean, that rumor did come from me, and I don't necessarily think it's a rumor, and I'm not quite sure what I saw. I mean, it could have been a person just playing a prank, or it could have been an animal. I mean, we do have a localized wolf population here, small. We maintain their population with hunts once in a while, but they do make their way, to the village, so it could have been a wolf. As far as me describing it as a humanoid shape, I mean, it looked that way in the mist.
It was humanoid.
It looked humanoid, well, if you went on all fours right now and you didn't bend your knees or your elbows and you tried to crawl, it would look something like that.
Well, that's a horrifying image.
I suppose. But I mean, eyes can play tricks on you, and when you're tired and you've worked the fields for 12 hours and you're trying to get sleep and you look out your window by chance in the middle of the night with a full moon and fog, I mean, eyes could be deceiving, right? He laughs a little bit because he's like, I wouldn't read too much into it. I was probably really tired. I don't even know why I said anything. He looks at
It's
you.
okay to acknowledge reality. You understand.
Yeah,
It's possible what you saw could have been a trick of the eyes, but also, given the strangeness that has been occurring around this place, I wouldn't put it past being real.
well, what do you think it is then, mister, if you think you need to put more effort into this?
He strokes his beard for a moment. I think whatever occurred in this town, perhaps in its history, or perhaps under some guise that is yet to be revealed, it has been cursed. Perhaps the town has shirked a tradition that once was observed here, or perhaps there is a creature that has taken up residence, probably underground.
Curse, you say? He looks around. He can still hear the music. He's like, I don't know much about curses, but I mean, I don't see anything that screams "ooh, curse." I'm just a tired man that probably saw something. I don't know. I think it's best to just not focus too much on it. It's probably nothing. I probably shouldn't have said anything.
Do I get the sense that he's hiding information?
You can. I'll give you two options here. You can either kind of like analyze him, or you could do like you could try to perceive his intentions. So you can either do instinct or knowledge. And depending on which one you choose is what information I'll provide you. So if it's more analytical, then I might give you more of an analytic type of perception on what you're trying to discern. And if you use instinct, then it might be more natural and empathy based information.
Okay. I'll take instinct.
Okay. Yeah. For him, he's just a normal citizen, so it'll be just 10. DC 10.
Crit.
Nice.
17.
You get the sense that he believes his rumor, but because of his tone and his posturing, and maybe a little bit of the environment that he has built himself in, he is too proud to admit that that thing potentially could be true, what he saw, so he's wanting to dismiss it to save face. Pride is getting in his way. 100%. Like, I think you all should just go enjoy the festivities. Us locals, we have this. I mean, it's really nothing. Don't worry yourselves about it. I appreciate you guys coming out here, though.
He looks to his compatriots, see if they have anything else to say.
Alright, we'll kind of look over the farmer once or twice, kind of take a step closer. So you're sure there's nothing out of the ordinary?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm sure you've had long nights, and whether it's drinking or you're just staying up late to get some work done, and you go to bed and you see a shadow on the wall. You don't just jump at the shadow and go, oh my God, it's a monster. Like, I saw something briefly amongst mist and tall fields that it really could have been anything. I don't think it's anything to worry about. You all have those youthful minds, I think, and I shouldn't have said anything. I think the imagination's running a little bit wild. Yeah, wild. That's what it is.
Do you live here by yourself? Do you have any family? Have they noticed anything?
Yeah, I've got 2 kids and a wife that are enjoying the festivities, which you 3 should be enjoying. I mean, you don't quite look like you're from around these parts. It definitely looks at Varellis and Geller specifically, right? And you kind of fit in here. I mean, you got definitely the human features and stuff.
Verlis had taken his shield and thrown it over his mace. He was doing over the top and around his back. He was just working out.
Okay, then he definitely looked at you. Varellis, like, yeah, you guys don't hurt around here.
Well, if you see anything, or if this shadow shows up again, we're staying in town. Seek us out.
It's here he kind of does like this deflection thing. Oh my God, I see a shadow. And he points to your shadow. And then he just kind of does this nervous laughter. He's like, haha, see, shadow, it's fine. Go enjoy yourselves. How often do you visit an island in the middle of nowhere? Come on. Just enjoy the customs. We'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Brighton kind of shakes his head and turns away from him, giving a kind of suspicious look over to Geller and doesn't expect anything else out of Varellis. It's generally what he does.
Sorry, missed that.
I just turned around to
look at Geller and give him a look of kind of suspicion of the farmer, and didn't really react to you because I'm used to you doing your thing.
It's like, you're my gym bro.
He'll just go back to doing it.
Yeah, Jim Bro doing Jim Bro things.
Yeah. And Geller?
Shame.
Okay.
Geller sort of reaches into his pocket, pulls out a handful of coins, tosses them about. I was really willing to give some money to someone who knew anything that could help us in this investigation.
He
And I can move
looks
something heavy if you need.
at both of you now, and he's like, He pauses, but then he shakes his head. No. We're good. Go spend your hard-earned money elsewhere. I'm fine. I've got a lot of work here to do. I wish I could enjoy the festivities, but since you aren't working, go enjoy it. It's fine. I'll be fine. Everything's good. Great, even.
He shrugs and just puts his money back in his pocket. Very well. You know where we are.
I'm assuming you're staying at the tavern. I mean, looks like a lot of you outsiders got an invitation. I'm assuming probably to the same tavern.
Correct.
I'm also the tavern keep, so I will most likely see you towards the end of the day. I don't know who paid for your rooms, but they wanted you here. So here you are.
He's sort of behind his glasses, kind of just squints his eyes a little. We'll see you tonight then.
Yes, you will. And there's a tradition. Make sure to close your windows curtains at night.
He just smirks as he's turned away and just keeps walking.
Raiden, Borellis, is there anything you guys would like to do? Or would you like to follow?
Raiden will follow, but he's piqued by the tradition of the windows. Kind of curious about what that's about, but he's not really asking.
Yep, back to the house.
All right, and then we'll do one more scene here, and then we'll wrap it up. Bremia, RV, and Thistle, you guys make it to the docks. You do see that small Master Wharf's. It's like a shack, basically. It's almost connected to the actual docks themselves, and there is a man outside of it. He's just kind of sitting there, just watching the docks, looking at the ship that's in harbor. Doesn't look bored. He looks very attentive, and yeah, he's just enjoying a good drink, enjoying the breeze, and enjoying the view. Just kind of keeping an eye over things there.
Bremia is still moving forward with purpose and walks over to the gentleman and says, "Hello, do you have a few minutes to talk?"
Let's see. He looks you up and down. He's like, not my type, but sure. What's up?
You only talk to a certain type?
Short discrimination.
Sure. We'll say I only talk to a certain type. Sure.
Right. Well, I appreciate you making an exception for me then. So I heard the currents are acting weird around this island. I'm from a seaside town myself. I'm just really interested to hear what you've seen and what you think about it.
Oh, I talk about the tides. I mean, the tides have been strange for about a week now.
Oh, so it's new just this past week?
Yeah, I mean, for anyone that's untrained, they probably thought it was happening a lot longer, but I sit here day in and day out, and I get paid for this. My eyes are usually out on the ocean because ships like that don't just wander into our docks. Our docks are pretty quiet for the most part, and if you watch the ocean long enough, you can see its tread. You know its trends.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I've never seen tides just change like that.
I mean, I, I don't know what to make of it. I'm not a scientist. I'm not one of those fancy mages over there on the mainland. Definitely not one of those sisterhood ladies. Um, Actually, glad I don't. I'm not touched by magic. They scare the Jesus out of me. But yeah, I mean, beyond that, I mean, yeah, the current changed. I do think what's weird though is because I get up at the crack ass of dawn. The fact that the crabs and the gulls are getting out earlier in the day than me, it's something I found a little fascinating. Animals tend to have a tradition or a trend or an instinct that they follow on a daily. And these crabs, I've watched them for most of my life, and they make their way onto the shore at the same time every day. And the last week, they've been arriving earlier in the day. Some of them are much larger than I remember them being. And the gulls, they seem to, once they get close to the island, they seem not to be able to fly. They like, I'm not saying they crash. It's just like they just soar, and then they land, and then, well, some of them die. And he points to a pile that's not too far away. It's like those are the last gulls that came into our island, and it's like they can't lift off anymore. It's just bizarre. I don't know what to make of it, but beyond that, I guess everything's normal.
I mean, that's bizarre. That's a good word for it. What about the fish? How are they bothered by this new phenomena?
Well, we can't. Our fishers have to go much further than the Narrows to actually hook anything. It's like the fish are avoiding the island altogether. Even the dolphins that find the Narrows currents easy to glide up through, they're avoiding the Narrows like, I don't know, like something touched it. And this all started when those darn knife ears crossed the ocean over to here. I swear, something is up with them.
Wait, the do you mean elves?
I mean, I suppose that's the politically correct term for them.
I didn't know they crossed the ocean. Was that just this past week?
Oh, it was recent. There was this gilded ship that crossed. Paltry looking thing. Doesn't even look like it was seaworthy, and it just crossed and cut its way through, and it just stood out like a sore thumb. And all I could think is those damn knife ears brought some dreaded curse to these lands, or at least to my beloved ocean. Because these gulls and these crabs, they're the only friends I have.
When he gets a little emotional, Brimia will like reach out and kind of pat his arm a little. It's like, well, they can be the best of friends, can't they?
Guess so. But enough of me. I'm not crying. There's just water in my eyes.
Oh, of course not. No. You really know this area, so I appreciate you sharing your knowledge with me. I I'm just flabbergasted about this whole tides and currents thing and all the stuff you told me. This is just so strange. Like, in the island, how's the island? Is there anything else, or is it just out here? The water.
I don't leave the docks. Food's brought to me, and I watch my docks. Whatever happens in the inland island, I don't care. People leave me alone. I do my job. The town pays me to do this job, and they pay me to stay out here. My friend is the ocean, and I think the only way you're going to fix it is if you go over to the mainland, demand from that sisterhood to get those knife ears out of our lands, because they've brought this to us. It's frustrating.
I hear you, but I don't want to be around the sisterhood any more than you do, so I think I'll avoid them if I'm back over there.
Why? You're a lady. You have that magical, whimsical finger thing going on for you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't like their rules, I guess. I don't know. I stay away from them.
Probably smart. I mean, as a guy, I must say that they scare me. But I'm a simple person. Most things that I don't understand scare me. Like your friend behind you.
Is he looking at Arave?
Oh, he's totally looking at Arve. He's like, your friend there with the knife-like ears, too. Knife ears.
Thistle, when points out Arve, Thistle gets up there and puts her hands on her hips and just says, "Yeah, why don't you look somewhere else, buddy?"
Oh, another yapper. Yeah, he looks you up and down. He's like, you're not my type either.
Erve just looks at all of them and shakes her head a moment. And she says, "It doesn't matter what I am. I'm more curious as to what color skin did these elves have that you're speaking about?"
That's a weird question. I've never been asked how many color skin someone has before. They have knife ears. Why does it matter what color their skin is?
Because just like you humans have different skin colors, different races, come from different places, elves are the same way. And I was wondering if I could maybe pinpoint the elves that. Now, did you say they came to the island or they only came over to the mainlands?
I mean, they never came here, and us humans, we don't care what skin color. What the heck? What is wrong with your friend?
Thistle's gonna kind of nudge Arve and be like, "We need to talk to some critters, friend." And Thistle's actually gonna walk off and she's gonna try to look to see if she can find an animal to talk to.
I suppose to answer your question, he's moving on from the skin talk. He's like, yes, we saw the ship. It was like this white ship with some ostentatious deer-looking thing at the front, had lanterns hanging from the side, heading towards the noble city. I knew when they came across the sea the first time it was going to bring bad news. This time, it's a harbinger. I guarantee you those elf ears are going to be the damnation of this entire great nation that we all serve under. You watch. You watch, lady.
Well, I don't know about all that. I stay out of politics. Can I ask you one more question? And I'm just going to continue and not wait for him to answer. Uh, is there like a cave under the cliffs, kind of along that way? And she gestures towards where like the farm with the oxen are. Just curious.
Oh, yeah. He looks away from Arve cautiously because her ears definitely give him pause, but he looks to you and he's like, yes, there is a cavern underneath the island. We call it Leviathan's Coasts, or Coils, sorry. And, it's been there for centuries. It's typically a place where seals on their migration find harbor from the harsh waves and their predators. There's crabs tend to find their way in there, and occasionally the poor vessel that gets too close gets swallowed up by the jagged teeth that line that cave. but I don't think it's a cave that you wish to traverse. Um, I don't think there's a safe way to traverse that cave because the currents around it would most likely smash up any vessel that would make their way to the mouth of it.
Huh. So there's no way to get into the cavern from like other than the water, which isn't safe? Like, does anyone ever go there?
I mean, someone in town might know. Like I said, I only keep my eyes on the ocean. And if there's no way from the ocean into that place, then there's no way into that place from the ocean. It's that simple. If there's another way from the island, well, I guess that's a possibility. I mean, it is a small island, but it's big enough that it holds its secrets.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, appreciate you talking to me today, and I hope you enjoy your time here out all alone by the ocean.
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna,
Come
yeah,
here. I have a question to ask just you. Do you mind if I ask you it private?
sure, go ahead.
Ereve will take her leave on that, and she'll go follow Thistle, but instead of fighting an animal, she's going to look for seaweed to talk to.
So, the guy leans in. He's like, a researcher approached me recently. She was trying to wait for a dwarf and a halfling, but she said she couldn't wait any longer, and she went into the island. She wanted to know a little bit more about one of your companions that you brought here, and she said that anyone that came to me with information regarding her, she would pay handsomely.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. Uh, thanks for passing that along.
Yeah, she said the dwarf might be very interested in this deal. I don't know the dwarf's name. Um, this might sound a little bigoted of me, but I can't remember knife ears or dwarfs' names very well. They all sound the same to me. Call me ignorant, call me whatever you wish, but it's just the truth. So, he's the dwarf. So if you bring this dwarf to me, I may have a venture for it.
Yeah, I might know a dwarf. At least sounds like you're pretty self-aware. That's a good thing. So you want me to bring him here and not send him to the researcher?
No, the researcher said she had to skip the town and go somewhere on this island. She seemed pretty dead set on where she was going, which is strange for a stranger to know where they want to go in a new place, don't you think?
Yeah, she must have had a reason, right?
I guess so. She asked a lot of questions about fungus people and yeah, she seemed very interested in fungus people.
Not about like the tides or the currents, just the fungus people.
Well, she did mention the tides, but for her, but you all seemed a little more shocked than her. Let's just put it that way.
Shocked, like she wasn't surprised about the
Yes,
tides.
that's the right word. She wasn't surprised.
Interesting. Do you remember her name? I mean,
Oh,
she's not a dwarf, right? So,
no, she was blonde, glasses, carried a lot of books, very studious looking. She looked human, but she had a cowl over her head. Oh man, if she's hiding those knife ears, I'm real pissed off that I let her in this town.
yeah. No, she's human. She was on the boat. You don't have to worry about that. But, mm, yeah, I think I'm gonna go now. If there's, I don't think we should talk anymore.
Oh, well, that's fine. I got my crabs to deal with, anyways.
All right. Well, you enjoy those. I'm gonna go over there now. Bye.
Bye.
Stop
His
you're
crabs.
dying. You should talk anymore.
I mean, that is the appropriate response to someone that has crabs.
I know. I was gonna say itches, but I was like, no, that's probably not appropriate.
That is the appropriate response. I'm gonna go take care of my crabs. All right, I don't think we should talk anymore.
The weirdest self-aware guy.
Yeah, totally self-aware. It's part of the
I
ocean.
loved how she brought that out.
Oh, yeah, he was an interesting one. Okay, so I'm gonna go looking for Arve and Thistle, but on my way, I'm going to reach out to Geller to kind of download all this information for him. All that we found out about the crabs and the gulls. The fish aren't around. The dolphins are avoiding, the narrows. The caverns, there's a cavern underneath the island, but you can't get there by water, so we have to ask in the town. And there's the bit about the researcher that she had to leave. She's somewhere on the island, not in the town, but there's this guy, this dock worker, that wants to talk to Geller, but he's kind of an ass. So there's that.
Good work, Brimia.
And then do also mention the elves, because elves they're very uncommon on this part of the world. They're still there, but they're not. Yeah, they're very they're rare.
Okay, yeah, I'll tack that on. That oh yeah, there's an elven ship that passed by, and he seemed pretty concerned about that.
Subtle.
Could be unrelated, but the woman was Miss Valen. She asked me to look into Arave's condition. Simply on curiosity.
This guy seemed to think she was very interested in Arve and was pay handsomely for some information. So I don't know. Oh, she also wasn't surprised about the tides, if that means anything to you.
Well, it's even more suspicious that she seems to have some place out of town that she needs to get to. Perhaps she is more connected to this than we know.
Yep, maybe. Thistle's over there trying to talk to some, I'm not sure what yet. I'll check in with you later.
Sounds good. Good work.
It's like having mobile lines to each other, and you're like, oh yeah, I gotta go. Thistle's talking to some strange thing again.
It's so funny.
I know.
It's so useful too, being on two sides of the town, being able to talk.
Yeah, I figured until they clarify that, because I think a lot of DaggerHeart stuff is still being worked on. I think until they clarify, at least you'll have to have initial contact. Initialize it.
Yeah, I figured the initial thing was needed, but it didn't specify if any distance afterwards. So I was like, all right.
Yeah, I'm assuming probably like beyond a town, a normal town size. I think that might be the limit. But yeah, so this is where we'll conclude. I did write down what you guys are going to be doing towards the end there. Thistle and Arve and Brimia, and I know the other three are heading back towards town, so I did mark that. But this was our first DaggerHeart session, so I hope you guys had fun with each other and enjoyed the event and starting to understand the system a little bit more, and hopefully we'll get to some combat and really get into the weeds of that soon.
Yay! Thank you for
Yeah.
hosting.
Well played.
Thanks.
Well played, all.
Fun.
Thank you all.
I'm gonna go get some dinner and then I'll be back. Bryce, I'll still be back after that if you wanted to still update stuff if you're still around.
Oh yeah, we were gonna check your sheet real quick. Yeah, because I'll go walk my dog, and then me and you can connect for a little bit.
Yeah. I'll be a little bit, then I'm gonna eat and probably grab a shower and then I'll be back.
Had fun, guys.
You heard it here, folks. He's gonna go take a shower.
Gotta get
Good
the
night.
crabs off of him.
All right, later.
I got rid of the crabs.
Good night.